48 professional Mahjong players, 16 teams, but only one team can be the strongest. Welcome to Session 2 of the Saikyosen Team Battle. I'm Chiral. There are two places you can find me. One on Twitch at It's Me Chiral, and on the Jankenron Discord server where my amazing team and I host a Mahjong League. Applications next season are open until 22nd, so if you're active during UK evenings, consider signing up. The one behind the controls today, and the person I get the honour to commentate this first game with, is Tipzntrix. Hello!
Hi, Chiral. Sounds exciting. 48 players here. How many players you've got in the Jankenron League?
Last season we had 36. I think we might be approaching 40. We'll see. I haven't checked the list of applicants yet. I'm looking forward to keeping it a surprise until the 22nd.
Well, of course, good luck with that. And of course, good luck to all our competitors here today as they fight it out for the title of the strongest, the Saikyosen. Strongest team in this case. Which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, there is an individual final, as far as I'm aware. So it is just about your team.
Right.
But yeah, we'll also be hearing later on from Jenn and Dave. Our broadcast today is sponsored by the WRC and USPML. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, a New York Mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultimate, and Rex 3 auto tables. WRC, of course, is the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international Mahjong tournament in the world. Held once every 3 years, the next of which will be in Tokyo this July. We are the WRC YouTube channel. And if you're enjoying these broadcasts, maybe give us a like, maybe subscribe. The more our channel grows, the more stuff we'll be able to broadcast for y'all. But let's get to a quick overview of the rules today. We are at session 2 out of 7 of this qualifier. In each session, 16 players will be playing 5 games. We're going to see games 3 to 5 today, 1 and 2 were yesterday. The rules are similar to WRC, with a few small changes. We've got Ipatsu. The starting scores are a little bit different. We do have dealer priority, which I think is an interesting choice for this league, but it does change how you got to play. No busting, so you can go underneath, and the game will not end if the dealer in all last wins. Head bump, another rule that a lot of people like, a lot of people don't like. But yeah, otherwise,
contentious.
No aborted draws.
Heads bump about head bump. We'll put it that way.
They really do. Yeah, no Nagashi Mangan. Sad, right? But otherwise, yeah, scoring is very simple in this one. The in-game score matters, but only as a tiebreaker. It's all about placement. Every position you gain is a point for your team. And speaking of the teams, let's see who's playing game 1. Well, game 3, I guess.
That's right. First
game
2
1
games.
of this stream today.
Yeah, the first 2 games were yesterday, so if you missed it, make sure to check it out on the channel so you can see what you missed. It was broadcast yesterday. We also have our schedule available. You would have seen it at the beginning of the stream there before we came in. We'll also have it available for you before we sign off today. And of course, you can check WRC. The scheduled streams will be on the channel. And so if you're subscribed, they'll be in your feed. You'll be able to find out when we're coming back next. That being said, today's first game, game 3 of the second session, it is a full JPML battle, full Japan Professional Mahjong League rundown here. We've got Asami Ishida for the Little Hair Salon, also a sponsor in the Sankei Shimbun Cup, so we see them again here, very nice. As our first dealer, in the East position, Rina Ando for Jankatsu Master. In the South seat, Tsubasa Kihara for Aoke, the Keirin News publication in the West seat, and Haruka Kinoshita, also a player from that also participated in the Sankei Shimbun Cup for Team City Plus.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of Team Aoke today. I believe the way that each session is handled by the broadcasters is we see one team for all 5 games.
Yes, that's correct.
Our star of the show today is Tsubasa Kihara. But we'll see. How the score's looking right now. Speaking of Aoke.
Yeah, they're right there on the heels of Tomozoe Shoten. They are 1 point short in terms of the main score. But their tiebreaker score, their actual points earned, actually would put them down in about 6th place. So it's pretty interesting. Definitely an outlier here. They've been really good at positional play, and even though their total score is not as high as some of the other teams in the top 4, they are playing the format. They're playing for position, and that's all that matters until tiebreaker. And the tiebreaker might matter, but considering they're 3 points ahead of that huge tied set of teams in between 4th and 7th, all at 12 points, tiebreaker might not end up mattering for them.
Yeah, the scores are really close right now, but we have so many games left of this qualifier, so who knows what it's going to be like 30 games in, 34 games in.
Wow.
We might have very close scores, we might be really spread out, I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yep. So thanks everyone.
Jankatsu Master doing pretty well in 6th and 7th place.
Yes, they're getting there.
Honestly, a 1st place might be able to take them to 2nd place from this. So we'll see.
It's definitely possible with 3 more games to go. And then
absolutely, and of course, City Plus is not doing too badly, but it looks bad. But the score gaps aren't actually that bad for how many games we've got left, right?
That's right.
8 points is still very, very nice, and 1 win could jump them all the way to maybe 8th, perhaps.
Yeah.
So yeah, anything can happen, and I suppose the only way to see what happens is to watch it.
So let's get started. Woo!
Good luck, everybody.
All right. So they all bow. Let's see Ishida here, our first dealer. All of our players getting ready. Not too much to say here. Kinoshita in the north seat.
Taking a deep breath, preparing yourself mentally.
And we are off to the races. Well, perhaps Ishida is not quite off to the races, but this is an interesting hand. At first I thought maybe a half flush, but as she pulled her hands away, looks like she has a lot of tiles of the other suits as well.
And opening with a Dora, so there's always something to be excited about, but it's really hard to use with the rest of the tiles in her hand. We'll see. But yeah, speaking of a half flush, I don't think Kinoshita's quite there yet, but there's definitely a potential for that lurking away.
And our dealer Ishida has already called Pwn on the green dragons, so her hand doesn't look too big yet. But we'll see if she can add more value or if she's just going to go for something very quick here.
I think, honestly, as first dealer, especially with her hand as valueless as it is, I honestly think it's perfectly fine, right, to go for a cheap win here.
Right.
Just have a do-over, maybe score 1,000 points, and just hope that your dealership is continuing and bet. Although, that's 6 dragons. I'm just saying, we see 1 white dragon discarded, but that's 6 dragons in the hand right now.
No kidding.
I would be very interested to see if we see a Yakuman in East 1 in our first game of today. Question's going to be what happens if someone just draws and discards the red, and then we have a single white dragon in their hand.
I don't think it might quite be Yakuman, but we might see small 3 dragons, Shosangen. Possibly a Hanuman.
I would definitely be considering that.
Maybe a Mangan.
Otherwise, though, Kihara here, I believe, 2 away for a All Simples hand.
Right.
But nothing wrong with a nice All Simples reach.
I wonder, especially if she can find Uradora or connect to that Dora, but she gives up on it. Hard.
And there is 1 away now with that draw, though. With, as you're saying, I believe the Dora there.
Yeah, it's hard to use the Dora. It's alone there for so long. Lonely Dora. It gets dangerous, but she was willing to discard it because her hand looked just that good. Oh, speaking of which, this Dora is not lonely. Kihara, nice fit for it. 1 away.
Yeah, it does sometimes feel bad to have to cut the, I guess the 2-2-4-6 is just kind of a weird shape. So deciding it's just 2-3-4,
Right.
and you had to cut the 6 and the 2 to make that happen. But
Yeah.
you know what? It's working.
Yeah, Kihara doesn't even want the 2-2-3-4 at this case, with another 2 being the Dora indicator. Figures the weight is not very useful and probably more dangerous than it's worth. Keeps the safer 1-man in hand.
Yeah, I love how they've put the 1-man in the center of their hand, just to give no information away.
Right. And they just replaced it with the safe south. And maybe you gotta look out for that. Someone discards from the very middle of their hand, maybe it's a safe
Maybe. I mean, if it's a 1, I guess, yeah.
Right.
It's one of these situations where I guess you have to look at the player, and do they have habits about how they sort their hand? If you're paying attention to that kind of thing.
Oh, this could move to Tanya, but Kinoshita would rather have the wider weight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, chance to call the red dragon. It would be.
Are we gonna see it? We're not gonna see it.
Yeah.
Because it's now the only pair in the hand.
Yeah, and the white dragon.
And here's our first reach.
Already been discarded.
Riichi, Pinfu, all simples, and 1 Dora.
Yeah.
Very solid from Kihara.
Oh. Okay.
What do you do here? If you want to fold, you've got red, but
yeah.
That's what we're going to see.
We're seeing red in action right now. That's a slight improvement to the hand, but you'd have to discard some pretty dangerous tiles.
Yeah, exactly. So, with the competitors out, and it's East 1, right? One of the worst things you can do if your hand's not that good is put yourself in a position where you might be able to fight for first, or at the very worst, fight for second, into a point where you're just desperately trying not to be last.
Right.
Because position is the only thing that matters and points don't. Oh.
A little bit of a drop.
Hello, East.
All plays it. No fear.
I guess they already played it once, right?
Yeah, it seems pretty safe.
It's another guarantee, but yeah. This is a very nice 1 away, but the white dragon was once cut, not guaranteed safe. Brave. Might also just been the safest tile in the hand at that point.
Right.
Given everything else was a live. Yeah, I was just wondering if there's any argument, any excuse to push that hand, but not quite.
There's the old 2-pin, but that's already been discarded by Kihara. So Kinoshita follows up with the safe tile, the Genbutsu. Still no sumo for Kihara here.
Yeah, we do see a lot of the fights. There's one of the 8s.
Yeah.
So we see a lot of the fights and 8s being held up, I believe, by Andor. But we'll see.
Oh, Tenpai! Dealer's Tenpai.
With, I believe, a 3-sided weight, right?
Yeah.
2, 5, 8.
And another of Kihara's winning tiles goes to another player. Ando collects it this time. As you mentioned, she's got a huge collection. Does not deal in.
Yeah, I believe we see all 4 of the 8s and 2 of the 5s.
Yes. I think we see more than 2 of the 5s between the other players. Yeah, it looks like they have all 4 of the 5s. They have all.
Yeah, all 4 of the 5s. Okay, so every tile is known, unfortunately. Yeah. But that is going to be points for Kihara as the game goes to exhaustive draw.
And Ishida, the big surprise near the end of that hand, making Tenpai, keeping her dealer, and also collecting a few points.
And that's really important, right?
Yes.
Just position is what matters in this format. I mean, score does matter, but at the very best, I think score's going to get you a position, maybe. Whereas getting an extra win, that could do so much more. So how's our dealer building? I'm seeing this is very green.
This is very similar to how I saw the first hand, but as we can see on the corners of the hand, other suits, Manzu tiles, Pinzu tiles, so...
If it's just one of each, though...
This one is actually a good bit closer to a half flush than the first one. All the shapes are good, too, but she is going to start with a north. Not going all in on the half flush yet.
I think it's an interesting decision, right? Because we know the 8 of characters is Dora. I can't remember if she had one or if she had just a 7.
Yeah.
But there's maybe another path in if we just pull Dora instead. Yeah, we do have a Dora there, so it does change the maths a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. Could also
Dora
be a
2,
bit of camouflage to make it less obvious if she does go down that route.
absolutely.
But I'm sure if she draws another Dora, then she'll go that way and not commit to the half flush.
It is a interesting shape there from Kinoshita. That
Oh,
order sequence needing the 8 of characters to make it happen, but not only do you get the Dora there, you'd also get the extra 1 hand from the
right.
pure sequence.
Yeah, Ishida even discarded a 9, so 9 of bamboos. So it seems like she's really not thinking about the half flush. The other tiles are just too good. And even gives away her spare wind, even though it's her wind.
Yeah, the other route I can see that hand going is maybe 7 pairs, interestingly enough.
That's a possibility.
I don't want to make 7 pairs in that hand, but I think we're at 5?
Looks like
No, just 4.
4
Just
right
4.
now. But it is probably the easiest way to use the Dora.
Yes, that's the important thing.
She reached at the Dora for a second there. Yep, doesn't want to discard it here.
Do we play efficient or do we go for that value? Which is a different kind of efficient, in my opinion.
Yes. Efficiency of points.
Yeah. Either way, though, have not drawn in what we want to be seeing. Ando, though, 1 away from a pin through hand.
Mm.
Could
Is
be
that?
very
It's the
exciting. Ooh, what a
2?
huge draw. That's Tenpai.
No,
it's
not
Take it
quite.
back.
No pair, only a triplet. That cannot be shaved down to a pair right now.
Yeah, that's very true.
Kinoshita needs... Oh, there's another pair, though. Kihara has maybe too many pairs. Wow! Okay, that's actually Tenpai.
Okay. That actually is Tenpai, and we are going to see a Reach. So, Reach with only 1 Dora.
This is an interesting
Good
hand.
wait.
It's not as valuable as it first looks, but Ishida's hand could have been big, but just didn't get made in time, and so she's gonna start folding. 4 pairs now for Kihara.
Yeah, it looks like it's 4 tiles for this Reach. 2 of each, 2 3s and 2 6s.
It is possible for Ishida to turn around, but probably not against now a second Riichi from Ando.
So by my count, it's currently 4 versus 1. There's only 1 6 of characters available for this Pursuit Reach, but the Reach itself might be enough to scare people away. We might see a situation where 2 players are Tenpai once again, but when no one actually gets to win early on.
A little bit unfortunate for Ando. Hard to tell that Kinoshita's holding almost all of her tiles. Well,
Exactly.
there's still, where there's one, where there's a will, there's a way.
Exactly. But yeah, I do not see anyone holding the 6 or 9 here, dealing in. Well, the 9's never going to be dealing in because they're in Reach, but still.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, there's definitely like a path to a ready hand there, but it's just far too dangerous, I think.
Oh,
But
stick
we do see the
spin.
6 come out. And that is not an error flip, but still, Riichi, Dora 1.
Yeah, not bad here for Kinoshita with all the bonus Riichi sticks and 1 extra Homba.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see sort of the value of. Sorry, I was stunned there for a second seeing the 7 man on. That's actually really cool.
Yeah, as long as it's a 7-mon for the remainder of this game. Remember, it's a 7-mon. If you look up
very
again and
true.
all of a sudden it's a 1 pin, you'll know something has happened.
I got stunned for a second there thinking, hang on, why is there
She's using the power of her lucky tiles. Honestly, I wonder if other players get stunned sometimes. They're looking at the board, they're calculating all the tiles, and then they look up a bit and they see another tile and it's not on the table at all. I wonder if that's gonna throw them off a little bit.
So I know you've got your own lucky tile, but like,
Hmm.
do you actually have like a physical lucky tile that you hold when you want a bit of luck? Am I crazy? Am I the only person who actually does this?
Well, the thing is, if you bring one of those to a live mahjong game, there's
Yeah.
definitely
No.
grounds for
Don't do
suspicion.
this to a live game. No, absolutely not. But like,
Sometimes
if you're just like playing at
sometimes
home,
I've held a copy of 3 in my hand when I need it. And of course,
that's fair.
I've got shirts and bracelets, necklaces of 3. So you can hold on to those.
Yeah, exactly. Very cool. Yeah, don't bring it to an actual game. Also, this is
Oh,
Tempai already
yeah, she
on a
lost.
three-sided way,
She
147.
This is her revenge for losing her dealer turn. She wants it back. Where
Sadly for
she's
Ishida, there was a Sandshoku upgrade available, and we have just missed it. But that's okay. It's still a very good pin for Reach. Very
Yeah,
early too.
and it's gonna keep Kihara from discarding Dora too easily. She's going to slow him down a ton, even though he was on a tear here.
I was also going to say there's a decent chance of it just being Ipatsu Sumo,
Right.
but that was missed.
Was not to be. 6, 7, 8. Kinoshita's sorted her hand a little strangely, but that was actually a really good draw for her. I suppose the 9 so are on the right side because she wants to discard them. Yeah, so it's not going to be as good as if she was a little more free to make dangerous discards. But it's still a reasonable draw there. It did complete a shape in her hand and she's still moving forward. Kihara is still moving forward as well, but when it comes down to discarding the Dora, will he do it?
Very true.
Or will he just hope to draw a second one? Oh, and that's one less Dora. Ando gets it.
My count is 6 tiles.
He goes for it!
Although,
Dora right out there. He's not even
I was going to say we
Tenpai.
had a chance for a head bump situation happening, but that's not happened with the 7 of characters being drawn here by Kinoshita.
Right.
I do see a 7-man coming out though.
Oh, and Ando does not follow the Dora discard. Maybe she's worried somebody else is Tenpai.
Like, if Kihara is willing to cut the Dora,
Yes.
do you think they're going to be willing to cut the 7 of characters?
Hmm.
If they get that pure sequence, that 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7. Not that it matters because we see the must be a Ron on the Dora.
Yeah, Kinoshita with the extreme speed run. Riichi, Ipats, and Ishida gets caught out. It's funny. I think she held it for 1 turn, but then decided to discard it. It was 1 turn too late because Kinoshita had just made Tenpai. Tough
Yeah,
one.
that is always a dangerous with discarding a Dora late, unfortunately. But yeah, you were right, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
Had you
because
just followed
Kihara had
Dora.
gotten the Dora to pass.
Yeah, exactly.
And Ishida had the chance to make it pass right after Kinoshita had discarded, but I was saying maybe she thought Kinoshita had gotten Tenpai and so was afraid to discard the Dora. But then Kinoshita reachied, so we know she's Tenpai, and then Ishida discarded the Dora. So you know she's Tenpai at that point, but maybe she was out of good options. Tough spot.
Yeah. Also, I'm just going to point out that Kihara here started this hand 1 away from Tenpai,
Hmm.
and the hand has only gotten slightly better as they've added all symbols to it.
We'll see. Kinoshita might also have something here. Kinoshita had done quite well in the Sankei Shimbun Cup before this that we were casting on this channel.
Yeah, I'm not great at keeping up with the sort of gossip, but if I recognize a name, that must mean that does mean something, right?
Yeah, she's doing quite well right now, even though perhaps her team has quite a ways to go. About half the points of first place right now. 13th place out of our 16 teams currently. But I suppose she's here to make up that deficit. Of course, Kihara is our star player today, our spotlight player. So we will be seeing all of his games for Team
Yeah,
Aoki.
I thought it was really interesting how Kihara chose to cut the 1 of bamboo there. Really early on, they had the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 shape and decided, you know what, the 5s are a pair.
Yeah, it
I think
feels like a
it's certainly
Tanyao.
something that I would want to look at in more detail because I guess when you already opened 1 away from
Right.
ready, maybe that gives you a bit more wiggle room to maybe take a step back, go for a bit more value. But
Yeah, and we can see he has an all inside, all simples Tanyao, however you translate it. However, you guys at home prefer to call it.
yeah,
He's got the middle hand. So I think that's a big part of
yeah.
why.
My point is, oh, this is Tempai.
No, I
No, it's
don't
not.
think
No, it's not.
so.
It's not.
Yeah, there's
It's
no
one
way
away.
to make
But yeah,
pairs out of it.
we would have hit Tempai a few turns ago had we kept the 1,
Right.
but we wouldn't have as much value. So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I would have absolutely sat to less though. Maybe I need to study that and try and recreate that kind of play in my own games.
6-7. This is still not Tempa. He's gotten so many tiles that
Yeah,
look really good, but he hasn't been able to
unfortunately,
finish.
we've cut the 2 of bamboo, which would also have given us Tempai.
Just a couple backfires, but you can't always avoid backfires. Oh, here we go. Half flush for Ando, going
Yeah,
all in on it. This is
that's the
actually
only time he
Tempai.
hasn't backfired.
No
And here we are.
reach.
Okay.
It is still worth a lot of points.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Kihara's the
Shortable sequence,
dealer.
Dora 2, all simples, and Pinfu.
Yes.
And I think that's a run. Would that 7 have come
Boom.
out if we didn't have that reach?
Yeah,
I don't
only
think so.
one Dora, I think.
Yeah,
Only
okay.
one Dora
Yeah,
here.
I miscounted the 6s. My apologies.
But
But when
yes.
your hand is that good without reach, you don't need to.
Yeah.
Just maximize your win rate. Don't give information away to the other players that you're ready to win.
Yeah, and that really allowed Kihara to hit first place. I don't know if Kinoshita would have dealt that. Because his weight was so close to the Dora tiles, feels like Kinoshita probably wouldn't have discarded that had Kihara reached.
Yeah, exactly. I think the stats based on some online lobbies are, I think you're 20% more likely to win if you choose not to reach. I don't know how that translates to professional play, but certainly we saw that choosing the Dharma there paid off hugely.
Yeah, I think especially when your weight is so close to the Dora, get it a lot
That's
more
very true.
if you're not reaching and threatening the table. It was just really best case scenario for him. So our spotlight player putting on a spotlight performance here in first place on his dealer turn.
Team Alke is doing an incredibly good job today. We'll see if that continues. I mean, we're going to see 2 more games today, but we'll see. I'm looking
That's
forward to
right.
finding out.
Kinoshita is looking to get her points right back here. Has drawn a very nice hand. The value is
Yes,
not quite there yet, but it could be there very soon depending on which tiles she draws. And she is kind of looking for the half flush for value here. But
I think that's honestly reasonable.
yeah, very
It does.
notably, the half flush would have room for Green Dragon Dora, but all of our other players are holding the Green Dragon Dora, so I don't think Kinoshita is going to collect any of those. In fact, she has 0 right now.
It's going to be interesting to see when a player, or if a player, decides to cut their Green Dragon. Like, because this
Yeah.
hand's getting pretty close. It's not quite there yet, but
Yeah,
I
and
could see. Sorry, go on.
the fact that it's an obvious half flush is going to lock those Green Dragons in players' hands even more. So it might
Yeah,
actually be good that each of them has 1. Because they're all going to be afraid to discard their 1, and each 1 is going to slow down each of the other players' hands. And that might give
No,
Kinoshita enough room.
Kihara has got a solution to the Green Dragon issue, though. Kihara's going for 7 pairs. It's
Yeah.
going to choose to wait on the Green Dragon instead.
And there's still 1 left in the wall.
Oh, and this is 1 away. The Green Dragon does get played.
Oh, that's going to free up all of our players, except Kihara, because as you mentioned, he's Michael 7 pairs. So I guess that frees up Ishida to maybe do it. She's not going to do it, though. Hopefully it doesn't backfire like last time.
Speaking of 7 pairs, Ishida's also 1 away from a 7 pairs hand as well. Something to keep in mind. But this reach might change everything.
Aggressive reach.
Yeah, as a reaction to that reach, suddenly everyone's going to play their Green Dragon. The logic, I suppose, is that if someone had a pair of them, they probably would have been pawned. And the odds of them having a single and reaching on it, it's not 0. But
right. Yeah, no, Ishida still has not discarded her Green Dragon. She's still holding on to hers.
That's very true. I mean, honestly, a twice cut Dora is not a bad weight if you're going to go for 7 pairs. I can definitely see it paying off. Being 1 away, but there it is.
Yeah, the 8-pin just too dangerous for her to risk.
Honestly, incredibly fair, in my opinion.
Another pair for Kihara, but Kihara does have a triplet now, has been kind of moving away from the 7 pairs. This is a real question of whether he has a chance at winning his hand here against this Riichi and the half flush on the other side. Yeah, Kihara is not willing to discard an 8 of dots either. So that's stuck.
I mean, it's definitely first place for his original ways because you have a lot to lose by dealing in, and maybe not as much to gain by letting the game move on. Just being no 10 is not necessarily a problem as long as you're not the one dealing in.
There goes the last Dora. So the Dora are all accounted for now. And nobody's going to use them. In other notes, it does technically end Kokushimuso, 13 Orphans, which maybe players could think Kinoshita has a shot at having. But Kinoshita has kind of given up herself anyway. So yeah, this Riichi really not all that powerful, not all that great if you know what it is. But the threat of it has really been shutting down the table here. It's just the threat has been good enough. The very strong Riichi from Ando. Almost a bluff.
If only we all knew what tiles we would draw,
right,
and what tiles everyone else had. It would make Mahjong a very boring game, but a very easy one.
Yeah, even with all the Dora on the table, players still are not counting out this Riichi, and they're all playing full defense against it at this point.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like even with just reach, like people can flip Ura. We saw Ura 4 yesterday. Someone got very, very lucky.
Yeah, maybe Ishida will reach Tenpai with her 7 pairs. She's been sitting on 5 for a little while. This looks like her last draw. No, does not find
Unfortunate. But we will be moving on to East 4 with Ando managing to just sneak ahead just a little bit more. We'll see. Yeah. Well, I would say sneak ahead, catch up a little bit more.
Right.
But yes, as a reminder, only position matters. The yellow number is, I think, what they would have if this game were to end right now. Because I remember Alk being on, I believe, 11 going into this. Sorry, no, being on 12 going into this game. It is 3 points for first, 2 points for second, 1 point for third, and sadly, no points for fourth.
Right. Let me take a double check here. No, Alk has 15 points going into this game. That's their points before the game started.
In that case, I am absolutely wrong about that, and I am not. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. But
yes,
Kinoshita,
it's interesting how it shows the scores, right?
Yeah, it's very nice, so that we don't have to go and check, and our viewers also have the scores right there as well.
Yeah. Okay, so with 3-pin being Dora, and obviously we see Kihara there with 2 of them.
Yeah, that's Tenpai.
I guess we have that.
It's very fast, but that's it. They reached. They went for it.
That is Tenpai as well. Yeah, what is Kinoshi's hand looking like right now?
It is solid. It's got Dora, it's got Pinfu, and she's the dealer. So this is unlike Ando's Riichi last hand. This is the real deal. This one is gonna hurt if someone deals into it. And I think people are just as scared. If not
Yeah,
more so,
absolutely. I mean,
because this is the dealer.
yeah, you always have to consider that for sure.
Yeah, it's so early
But yeah, I
though.
think you have to be wary about everyone's reach, to be fair.
Right. It's so early,
And the
it's
other thing
hard to
is,
get enough safe tiles.
as you say, we don't know where the door are. It's not like last hand
Yes.
where they were all out.
That's right.
It's really interesting playing Mahjong without red fives because you often know where at least half of the door are at any given moment.
Right.
So you can sort of calculate the risk of what's the odds of like how bad is it going to be if I deal in. Sometimes you can actually get that quite accurate.
Yeah. The only thing you don't know is where the Uradora are.
That's always true. Yeah. That's why you have to be wary of Riichi.
You can't calculate how many Uradora they'll get if they win.
That is why we call this game Riichi Mahjong.
Yeah.
It's not closed hand Mahjong.
Ando's pairing up some tiles. Maybe she'll be able to fight this early Riichi. It's a bit of a long shot, but there's still a lot of tiles to be drawn here, so it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I guess after a while, maybe you start thinking that you can get away with maybe pushing that one tile that's got you a bit worried.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That's a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for Kihara, but he's got only dangerous tiles. Oh, he's gonna play a 6-mon. A little
So close
aggressive.
to tile deals in, but
Yeah.
isn't quite the one. Interesting enough, the
6-mon did pass.
5-8 rate.
So did the 9, so though. So she'll play that. 6 and 9-mon both safe here. Kihara has been playing very aggressively so far.
Yeah, I was gonna say the 5-8 rate was still 6 tiles, so I was honestly getting surprised that we hadn't seen anyone draw any.
Right.
There it is.
Yeah, add Sumo to that list. I mean, it was a Pinfu, so Sumo is reduced in Fu, but
When you have enough Han, it doesn't matter.
yeah, just short of enough Han for the Mangun. 2800 all. That classic
So
4
we
Han
have
Sumo Pinfu.
the 100-point gap between first place and second place.
Yeah, the Honba mattered there. The Honba mattered a lot.
Absolutely. You were talking about people playing to the format, right?
Yes.
Maybe you don't have a huge personal score, but if you have the team, if you're just enough to take a position when it matters, it doesn't matter if you've only got 20.3. If you are 100 points ahead at the end of the game,
it's enough.
And everyone here has incredible hands. I'm wondering what Ishida's going to be doing from last place right now. Maybe I would be trying to force that half flush.
Yes, she does have her second dealer turn coming up, so doesn't have to be too rash. But the half flush is very close. So it's definitely a viable option. Dora East, we're still in East round, so that is still also a value honor, a Yakuhai. You can see Kinoshita only has 1, and I believe that's it. The fact that only 1 is out so far and Kinoshita's the dealer, that could be a very explosive East if it ever pairs up. And if it triples up, it's 100% explosive.
Exactly. Getting 5 Han just from 1 call is incredible.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Certainly can happen, and it might happen today, but we'll see.
Oh, here's a half flush from Kihara. He's the one going for the half flush. But all the Easts are still in the wall, so that could really... I mean, if Kinoshita draws it, she's going to be very happy. If anybody else draws it, it's going to be a roadblock.
Yes,
of course, Kihara can use it. Maybe even will go 7 pairs if he gets it, but it's going to slow his hand down a fair bit.
One of the more exciting moments of Mahjong, in my opinion, is when you have 2 players going for flushes in different suits.
Right, or 3.
Because it means that no suit is safe. If it's only 1 player, you know what they're doing, you can play around it very easily. But if there are 2 suits that are off limits, you're like, oh no, what do I do? It's so much... It's really exciting,
makes it really difficult. That's another pair for Kihara as well. Kinoshita goes right ahead and cuts the 4-mon. Thinks about it a little bit.
Oh, a huge 6-pin draw there.
Yeah. The dragons are basically evenly split. between Kihara and Ishida. Not exactly evenly, but very close to an even split. Kinoshita still refusing to discard the Dora.
Yeah, that
Oh!
really wants to be. Oh, hello.
Ishida runs ahead of Kihara in the Dragon Race.
One thing to keep in mind is that the North is technically once cut because it is the Dora indicator.
Right.
So I might be a little. Maybe we won't be seeing it being kept as a safe tile, perhaps, but definitely not as efficient to
Oh,
hold.
a huge draw for Kinoshita, but still no Easts for any of our players, and it's coming down to crunch time.
Yeah,
It's
Kinoshita does have one potential upside.
Yeah.
On drawing I believe, the 4 of bamboo there, we have a chance at that 3, 4, 5 mixable sequence, which is quite exciting. Now, the 4, I was wrong. It's not bamboo, it's pins, but we did just see that 3 get drawn. So 3, 4, 5, 3, 4,
Oh,
3,
there's
4,
an
5.
East. Ando picks it up. So that's a real roadblock in Ando's hand.
Yeah.
It's honestly, even as the dealer, it's a roadblock in Kinoshita's hand now as well, because it doesn't fit any of her shapes. Doesn't fit her Sanshoku that well, her mixed triple. She basically has to give up her whole other pair if she's going to keep that East. Tenpai.
This is Tenpai, but we have to cut the Dora.
But that is a
Dare we-
tall order, and the hand isn't worth anything. There isn't a single Yaku. She goes for a Damaten.
I guess I think we're going to see a wait one turn in this situation because
It does
you
feel
often
like
play
it.
the East. If it gets called, you fold, right?
That's
but now there
fair.
wasn't a call. Now we might see a reach.
Oh, another Tenpai! Another closed Tenpai. Oh, she didn't even do the Karagiri. She didn't swap it out with the 3-pin in her hand. She would rather make it obvious she was Tenpai. Interesting.
Yeah, I think honestly it's just something. Oh,
there it is. Ishida's
half flash wins.
Silent Tenpai pays off. Her Damaten.
So forehand, very good.
Yeah, super
Dragon
solid.
and a closed half flush.
Catching?
Closed half flush without Riichi is a rare thing to see, I think.
Right, and I mean it's worth a lot.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's not like she's missing value.
I think I heard Korak talk about it yesterday. Just the idea when you've got a single Dora playing it but not reaching, so that you actually have that chance to bail out if it's called. I need to implement that in my own games. It's a really good strategy.
I understand what you mean there. It's tough though, because if the winning tile passes in that one turn, or if they call the Dora and then drop your winning tile, that's brutal.
Yeah, exactly. That would be terrifying, right? Someone calling the Dora being Tenpai and making that push themselves.
Yeah. So there's advantages and disadvantages to both ways of either calling Riichi or not calling Riichi.
Okay, so I do see Ando is currently, I believe, very close to Tenpai already, but not with a lot of value. Does seem to be the case in a lot of the games so far. A lot of very fast, one away already for Ando now, but not a lot of value, sadly. Right. And if we do end up relying on that 2 of bamboo, we see 2 of them right here.
Kihara looking for Dora, which Kinoshita already has.
Yeah, I think every player here can accept the Dora, or at least has one.
Right.
But...
Oh, 3 so. A lot of options here. Gonna go with the 7 so.
I see a world where we see a reach and a dealing on that 2 so. I see it. I see a world where we see 2 Riichis following each other and the 2 so deals in.
That's fair. We can see Ishida has one of them. And it doesn't really connect that well. Might not come out after a Riichi, but... Oh, double think? Double check? Wait, is this Tenpai? Do I actually have 2-3 in my hand?
I actually would really like keeping that for characters there. I think I would have played the 9 of bamboo there. I know it's less safe, but having the 2-2-4 enables you, if you're lucky, to maybe get the 2-3-4 mixture sequence. Either way, though, they hit Tenpai 1 draw later and an hour in reach. So the 4 would have gone, it just would have gone a ton later for me. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if this reach pays off. Ando does need the points. And certainly now would be the perfect time to get it. It is waiting on the 2 of bamboo. And as I say, I could see the 2 of bamboo get played by Kihara here.
Alright,
but only if they hit Tenpai. I don't think Ishida's going to be playing the 2 of bamboo here. But there are still 2 left. Obviously, Sumo is a Yaku. Sorry, there's only 1 left. But there's still Sumo as a Yaku. All about what these players can do. And they get into Tenpai.
It's kind of the second time we've seen it. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. That is still not Tenpai.
Does mean we can use that too, but the 2 does come out eventually. Oh no.
How big is it going to be? There's 1 Dora, only 1.
Just the 1. Not the end of the world, but Ando desperately needed those points. And
That's
now
right.
it will be their dealership.
Yeah, this has been a pretty back and forth game. Kihara was in the lead. Ishida was in the lead at the beginning. Kihara was in the lead. Kinoshita was in the lead. Then back to Kihara. Now Kinoshita back again. So Ando is really looking for her turn as the leader. She hasn't got hers yet.
It's my turn to have the points. Please. But maybe this deal will be the one. We'll see. We'll see. It definitely is one of those games where sometimes the best hand you can make is a horrible weight on 1-3. Sometimes that's just the best option, and you have to take those reaches. Like the EV move is to take the reach. It doesn't feel good, but you will score more points on average as long as you take the risk. Also, I always think about Sanshoku every single time, but 678, 678, and an 8 spare. Maybe we can make that happen for Kihara. You need to draw the 6 and 7 of bamboo to make that happen. Otherwise, with a Dora is never a bad thing. I would deal that Ando there.
That's a huge help towards that 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku you were mentioning. That makes triples.
Yeah. I do wonder what we're going to be seeing here, because with the South and the Green Dragon, and the fact that Ando is dealer, we might be seeing a lightning fast calling hand. We do see a Green Dragon, I believe, in Ishida's hand, but I think Ishida might be. Well, I'm doing a terrible job of pronouncing his name.
She's just holding it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm seeing potential 7 pairs.
Oh, that's a pair. Oh, he doesn't want the pair. Kihara's
6 and 8 Sanshoku. We need that mixture sequence.
He's really going for the value here. He didn't have a pair in the hand, though. Kinoshita doesn't want the extra pair. Makes a little more sense from her point of view. Wait. Ishida also has the South as well. She has both sides of Ando's weight.
I could definitely see a 7 pairs weight holding all 3 of those tiles.
Right. That would be wild. You'd have to get the perfect draws. Oh, that's a West.
Not quite. Right there.
Not a South. Oh, the last Green Dragon. Is it? It is called. 1 away now.
1 away now, though.
Yeah.
Not a huge amount of value, but if they get the South as well,
that would add a bit.
Yeah, 2-hand dealer. Nothing to complain about.
Red Dragon called, White Dragon out. Yeah, Ishida holding onto her Green Dragon, even though we can see all the remainder. Safe tile Green Dragon being held. Okay, Kihara's gonna hold the 8 so. He didn't hold the 6 so, but he's gonna hold the 8 so, which also can't really be used for mixed triples.
Yeah, I think it's a question of timing, right?
Yes.
Like earlier on in the hand, when you've got more hopes and dreams, it's perfectly fine to just commit.
Yeah,
now, maybe we see a reach.
Really dicey spot here, though. 2 away from Tenpai with not a single safe tile left in his hand. Not an enviable position right now. Okay. That's 1 away from Tenpai. 1 away is a lot better than 2 away. He's going to force it back, though. He's going back. The forcing of Sanshoku of mixed triples.
And with that call for 6, 7, 8,
Yeah,
it
this is
is
huge.
Tenpai. 2 players Tenpai now.
That is best case scenario, really. 3 players Tenpai.
Did I say 2?
Yeah, a third one just became Tenpai. So Ishida gets to use her safe tiles. Her collection is paying off. We'll buy her a couple turns, I think. Maybe 3
Not a whole lot of
turns.
value on everyone's part,
Right.
as Open Sanshoku is only worth 1 hand. But
Yeah, it does have the Dora in it, though. The 8-mon.
that's true.
So slightly more valuable.
Given how close the scores are right now.
Whoa,
maybe the
Ishida
scores
goes
matter.
out with the Dora just because so many have been discarded from Ando. Tsumo.
There it is. And that gives Tanyao as well.
Yes. And the little
one
bit of
apparently
extra
wouldn't have done
foo. It's not enough foo to get to the next bracket, but the pair weight does give a little bit of extra foo.
Yeah, absolutely. But yes, the extra, and obviously with the 1, 2, 4 weight, really nice wide weight. Any tile would have done. But the 2 and the 4 were what gave you that extra 1 hand, and there it is. That's why we see 4,000 points. Very, very nice. And as you were saying, the first place just keeps changing, right? I mean, or at least the thread of it. As
Right.
Kihara once again approaches Kinoshita.
Yeah, but Ando does miss her biggest chance to take her turn at first place. Her final dealer is gone now.
Yeah, that is quite sad to see. But at the same time, Ando's not that far away. And Mongan will get them in 2 seconds. That'll be 2 points for the team. Even if we don't necessarily aim for first in this situation, although if you can get that Mongan, maybe you go for first after that. But it's always interesting because the gaps are equal, right? It's
Yes.
a whole different game when the gaps between positions are equal and not when they're, say, a huge, maybe like say we've got like an Oka or something like that, so first place gets an extra 20,000 points, you know.
Right.
It's not like that. It's really tactical.
Every position you go up is worth the same amount. And also every position you go down is also the same amount.
Because yeah, oftentimes when you need to make a gamble, you need to think about those kinds of things.
Right.
So I'm pretty excited about that fill for our dealer here, Kihara. Will we see Kihara manage to make a comeback?
Yeah, it means it can definitely be dangerous with the scores this close. If you're in second place like Kihara, firstly, you're the dealer, so you kind of want to make something happen. But dropping to fourth place on a bad deal-in is twice as bad as winning first place would be.
That is very
it's
true,
one of
yeah.
those interesting trade-offs that you make when you're in second place. Because in a lot of formats, as you said, there's an Oka for first place, a big bonus for getting first, so it can be even more worth it to go for first than the risk of falling into fourth. But with rules like these, the risk of falling into fourth does twice as much damage as the advantage you'd get from going into first. So
exactly. Yeah, sometimes you'll see games where there is literally nothing to be lost by losing more points.
Right.
This is not one of those games. It's absolutely not one of those games.
Yeah, but to be fair, when you're the player in last place, there really is literally nothing to be lost.
You have, it's almost freeing, right? You can just sort of go for whatever.
Yeah,
it's great.
Only a couple tiebreaker points in the event. The game goes into a tiebreaker, or not the game, but the whole season. In the event, the season goes to tiebreaker points. But
exactly,
very unlikely.
This has been really slow for everybody, unfortunately. Kihara has that potential 2-4 mixture sequence, but we need to draw 2 exact tiles to make that happen, and we're still 2 away from being ready. It's kind of sad to see our dealer here. But it's also a similar case for everyone else, although this extra pair suddenly might change a few things.
Ooh.
Discards do look a little bit weird with the 6, 6, 7 as the first 3 discards. So when you see that, that should be a red flag as to say something is weird. Okay, 1 away now for this 2-4 mixture sequence for our dealer. Finally, the second I mentioned that things are being a bit slow, that's when things start to speed up. Amazing. Okay, you love to see it.
I don't know. The tension here is It's its own excitement.
Exactly, yeah. Our pairs player, Kinoshita, did just pull Dora, which is going to slow the hand down, but maybe give them more points if they're lucky enough to draw a pair.
Triplet. That's a second
Okay.
triplet.
We are
Just
going
gonna
to see a reach
reach.
here. Waiting on the 2 of pins.
This is about the
The 2 of
third
diamonds.
time I feel like that Ando has taken one of those middle tile Riichis.
Honestly, Anta has no real choice.
Yeah.
As you were saying, like, you have nothing to lose.
Right.
It's South 3, you're in last place. You just take what you can get. And it worked out last time on that 2 of bamboo, so maybe the 2 of dots will be just as good. However, we're now in the thinking zone. To be fair, it is really hard, right? You've got to calculate so much, right? What can I afford to deal in? What are the odds of me dealing in? Do I just give up? If I do give up, how do I even do that with this hand?
Yeah. Sometimes the best defense is offense.
Absolutely. One way to guarantee you never deal in is to win first.
Hmm.
But yeah, we are going to see a lot of defensive play, I think, from everyone except for Ando. We'll see.
Dora, but no choice because Ando's Riichi. Now that the Dora's come out, that might free up a couple other players. But the thing is, the Dora all kind of fit into their hands.
This is Tenpai waiting on the
Ooh,
Dora. The Dora is now no longer safe.
very sneaky. Is Ishida gonna go for it? She got caught by this once before, and it was Kinoshita that caught her last time as well. Is it gonna be deja vu, double jeopardy, whatever you want to call it? Oh, that's a 5.
Oh, no, okay.
I thought it was the
For
4.
For now, we're safe.
Ooh. That 4-pin would have been an enormous weight improvement for Ando. In fact, she would have won already because she had drawn the 5 earlier. But she was in Riichi, so doesn't have that luxury.
Now we draw the Suji for Dora.
She's gonna discard the Dora.
Swap.
Really setting up here. But Ishida gets rid of it.
I think that's brave, cutting the Dora yourself that late in. We're not going to see the one come out from anyone, but this will be a Tenpai. So Ando will be taking the dealership.
I don't know, honestly, if Kihara runs out of safe tiles, first of all, he's dealer. Second of all, he has 3 copies of Onso. The only way it deals in, because it's Suji, is if somebody has a pair of it, which Kinoshita just somehow happens to have here. We might see the Onso come out from Kihara if he's folding. If he's not folding, then no.
Yeah, to be fair, I can see that actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's what I was saying though. Like the hand does give a red flag based on the discard, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be your main focus. Maybe you're too distracted by this reach. It's on the other side of the table.
Yeah, and I mean, Kihara's found safe tiles, so we might not. Looks like he's got one more draw. We'll see if he pulls another safe tile, or whether he has to make a tough decision. Okay, does have enough safe tiles with that 4-pin, so Kinoshita will be out of luck.
This is, I guess, a lesson to anyone learning the game about Suji, right?
Right.
We see the 5-pin was discarded by the player who was waiting on the 2. Just because the 5 rules out a 3-4 shape does not rule out that 1-3 shape. And then we saw the 7 pairs hand that was also waiting on a Suji of the Dora, that 1. Just because it is. Just because the 4 rules out that 2-3 shape does not mean that the 1 does not deal in. It does seem safer. But if you've got 100%, you don't have to take a risk at all. Don't take those risks.
Yeah, I mean,
So we move on.
it was a very small risk of the Onso dealing in, but there's
it would have been quite cheap, right?
Yeah.
A closed
7 pairs, right?
So yeah, those 7 pairs without any Dora would only have been 225. Not the end of the world,
Right.
really. But it would have been a very good news for Kihara, though, obviously. And we're in a situation here where maybe no one's going for first place anymore. Maybe. But there's a huge battle for second. Potentially 2 points to be won by Andor here. If they can get one good hand. That's all it needs. That's all the time we have time for. But
I mean, if Kihara sumos a manga and he gets first place,
that's true.
Current hand is a little bit tough to make that happen.
Palmy would be so hung up on this tempo already.
Yes. Ishida needs sumo Haneman, but it looks very hard to make that happen for her. Maybe Ippat sumo? Maybe.
But that's the thing, right? Even just winning a cheap hand here is enough for that +2 instead of +1. So there's still a point in it.
And Kinoshita is not really looking to fight here. Maybe she's hoping Ishida's hand is small enough that it won't overtake her.
With
she's
a turn
probably
reach,
right here.
Yeah, I think it's safe to assume that with a reach that early, it's probably just enough to get over Kihara and not enough to get over you. Still don't deal into it, but just focus on defense and don't worry about it. That's what I would be doing. And of course, the one time I do it, it would be a time when either they have an amazing hand or their weight is so bad that actually someone else gets to 10 point and wins the massive hand instead. But we are seeing really interesting defense from Kihara. Honestly, it makes sense. Kihara dealing in here would be a drop from +2 to 0 points for their team. So, obviously, if you could win, brilliant. But just make sure you're not the one who deals in. So then you would drop 2 positions. You were talking about this earlier, right?
Yes,
taking a risk,
exactly.
Losing 2 points rather than maybe taking a risk and gaining 1, right?
Yes.
There's less to win.
Yeah. I mean,
That's what we're seeing Kihara
from the opposite perspective, when you're in third place, getting first can get you 2 points instead of risking losing 1. So third place is a little more incentivized to go for it. And if Ishida does pull a Hanemon out of a hat, like she could find Ura 3 off a sumo, and it should still be enough for Hanemon. That would be a huge upset. Yeah, Kihara not exactly willing to battle this out. Because he's in that second place spot that might lose 2 positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Playing really, really safe. You don't risk that much. Like at the very worst, you lose 1 point.
Yeah, we're seeing the positional play out here.
I think the other interesting thing is the gap right now is 4,600 points, right?
Right.
So if Ishida is the only person Tenpai, 4,000 points will be transferred effectively to Ishida. And the Riichi stick, I think, goes to first place. I think that's how this works. So Kihara will be in the lead if Ishida's the only person Tenpai in the hand.
Right.
Because the Riichi stick goes to first place. I think that's how that works.
Yeah, I believe the Riichi stick might be lost in these rule set. I'd have to double check.
Either way, it's not going back to Ishida.
Yes, it's not going to... Yes, that's right.
So it's always interesting to try to get really... You got to think so tactically sometimes. But I think, honestly, yeah, as you were saying, it makes folding the absolute correct thing to do. And attacking the correct thing to do for Ishida, of course. But I suppose we need to start... I need to take a moment to count how many tiles we have. There's only... Yeah, as much as this is a really low number of weight reach, there are no 9 bamboo left, and I think we see 2 of the 6s.
Yes, Riichi sticks are lost at the end of a game. That is confirmed from the rules.
Thank you very much.
Ooh,
the 9 does eventually come out. And we flip an error. Only 1 error, but still.
Was that directly from Kinoshita, though? It looked like it might have been. No, it was from Ando.
No, it wasn't.
I looked in the opposite direction.
Ando might as well push.
Yes, that's right.
Take a victory sip. Very important.
Yep, +3. 3 sounds like a small amount of points, but it's the most you can win on this rule set.
Yeah, absolutely. It adds up. We're going to see City Plus. As I was saying, I think they're in ninth.
That's right.
How does that affect the scores right now? Have they managed to?
Well, we can definitely take a look at that. Let's look into it right now. No more suspense. No more keeping them waiting. Yeah, okay.
Oh, they're in 12th. They've got the 10th.
top.
Amazing. And yes, Team LK getting... Again, you don't need first place necessarily. Just getting the consistent score. It definitely adds up.
Yeah, so
Yeah, City Plus gaining a position.
You'll notice that all players or all teams played a game. Not just the teams on the stream, but you can see all teams' games were updated to 8 out of 35. All the team standings were updated to 8 out of 35. So it was not just the results of this game, but the results of all the other teams are here as well. And so that's why you can see other teams' scores have gone up and down.
You only get the privilege to watch one of the tables, but everyone is playing at the same time exactly.
That's right.
Yeah, Team Jankatsu Master, I think, lost a position, I believe, unfortunately. Going from, I believe, was it 4th or 5th to 7th? That is what happens when you don't score points.
Yeah, I mean,
Team Little also dropping down a position or two.
It's interesting because the way the scoring rule set is written, you know, functionally it's the same as if there were negative points. You'd be the same amount ahead, but because it's written with only positive points, you are essentially looking to see how many points the teams around you gained, because they're not going to lose any points. You just have to gain more points than they did.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to second place right now. I do love the fact that you're in second place, but you've already scored. Your total score is 12.7. That's that's tactical play right now. That's just being just enough ahead to get that position.
Although, to be fair, after this 8th game, a lot of the other teams up there only have 15, 18, like number 9, 16.0, Team Little, 18.1. And even the top team right now is just 30.6, and they're in 5th place. Like the top overall score team. DD Studio.
It just goes to show how close these games have been, right?
So very close after the 8th game here.
And we will have 2 more games for you today.
That's right.
And in this game, I will be dropping out, being replaced by the wonderful Jenn.
Jenn Pro!
Jenn Pro!
Hello! Hello.
How are you doing, Jenn Pro?
Yo. What is this new? Now it's a suffix.
New suffix?
I used to it in Japanese, yeah, but not in English. It's fine, it's fine. Yeah, the scores are so small in this, because also there's no UMA at all. So they only count how many points you are above or below 30,000. So we have like first places that are only like +4.
Yes.
And you just never see that. I think the smallest one I saw in the last game was +4, so you have like -0.3 and yeah, which you sometimes see even when there's an UMA, but more often than not it's gonna be more than a few points there.
Yeah, since they're just being used as tiebreakers, and the position points are the main score.
Ooh.
Yeah, Kihara's game just now was -0.3, I think. Kinoshita was +9.3 and Ishida's +2.6. So those are, and they're like little baby scores.
Well, Jenn, you've been pretty busy these past month. Anything you'd like to share with us?
We have the new JPML English channel.
That's right, JPML English.
Yeah, so these broadcasts are going to stay on the WRC channel, and JPML will be broadcasting matches that are like actually run and operated by JPML. But there won't be very many live matches. There's a lot of issues with like matches that are streamed on other sites and like different deals and stuff. So we'll be doing mostly JPML Select, and then sometimes we'll be doing live matches as well.
Right.
But also we'll be doing like shorts so you can get to know the pros. And those have been really fun. We've only had a couple so far, but
exciting.
Yeah, the one of Porori being a pirate was really cute. And
Well,
and we have more coming, with that. So that's probably been the most busiest, thing.
Perhaps we'll get to
And
know some of these pros here.
Yeah, lots of JPML pros in the Saikyosen Team Battle. I think there are 3 or 4 games, maybe 3 games in this session that we're watching that are all JPML players.
That's right. Our first game today, game 3 in this session, was all JPML. And our star player of the day, our follower, the player we've been watching, Tsubasa Kihara for Team Aoke, currently in the lead. His team is in the lead, also from JPML. South Seat Keiichiro Ohashi from JPML for Team Kokushi Muso and Northland. From NPM in the West Seat, Shota Taira of AMC Dental. And rounding us up in the North Seat, Tsubasa Otsuka from NPM as well, representing Team All Serious.
So there's 2 really interesting things about the players on this table. Besides there being so many Tsubasas in this tournament. Also, so Shota Taira is actually a replacement. There's supposed to be a different player playing for AMC Dental, but the rule was that even if you declared the team member, if they had never played a game yet, they could be replaced, even mid-season.
So that's interesting.
Yeah, so there was a player, Matsumoto, not the one that you guys are thinking of, but a different Matsumoto, was supposed to be on the team and was switched out with Shota Taira. Also, Tsubasa Otsuka won a qualifying tournament that was held in mid-March. I also played in it to decide who is going to be the 3rd member of the All Serious team. It was called Serious... Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, they had a different tournament called Serious Stars. So All Serious is running its own team tournament as well. Between different mahjong organizations, which is really interesting. So
let's hope to see a good performance from all of that qualification.
Yeah. Members of the tournament who were not members in the first session in March. First session was held on Jenn's birthday.
Ooh. What are we looking at here? Kihara, our first dealer this time. Opening up with a pretty solid hand. The reds are currently his pair, so it will be interesting to see. He does call them, though. Yeah, he's got an extra pair. And he's already moving to a half flush. Cut both Manzu tiles. This could be a huge open for Kihara. It's almost Mangan on its own.
Okay, Hara's team has been maintaining its spot in the top 3.
Yeah, actually...
But it doesn't feel like Kihara has had any big wins at all today. It's been, small. Just +1.
Yeah, it's been enough. 0. It's been enough to put his team in the lead, though. Aoke currently first place overall in the standings.
Yeah, they're maintaining the top 3 spots, I think, since the last session. But
right. In fact, with
kind of moving between with Tomozoi Shoten, switching out between first.
With the Kiriage Mangan, the rounding up Mangan rules of this tournament, actually Kihara does have a Mangan already, as long as he doesn't lose the 3 Sodora. Hopefully we don't lose the 3 Sodora either, as the overlay switches out here. 5 pairs, what will you do? AMC, Shota Taira, the substitute player, as you mentioned, Gotta make a name for himself. Goes with the middle hand, the Tanyao hand, cutting a pair. So no 7 pairs here. Kihara going to keep an extra dot tile. This must be some form of camouflage, I feel like. Only a slight loss of efficiency to make players think he's using the dot suit instead of the BAM suit.
Yeah, the 9 bamboo could pair up for a Shapo waiting for 2 pairs, but that's pretty much, and I mean in the West, so, but it can still actually tempai with the West, even with the 9 bamboo discard,
Right.
and also there's a couple of 9s already on the board, so it's not very much loss. You can still use the 8 bamboo.
Yep, I know that.
With that 6, so
very solid
the full straight
misdirection.
And the full straight isn't gonna bring the hand up to Hanemon
Right.
by itself, so he doesn't need to push for that unnecessarily.
Ooh, another 8. Still not Tempai though. But gonna keep 5 pairs around this time. Has already cut a pair. Maybe wants that pair back, but too late now.
Don't forget to like the broadcast, please.
Yeah, thumbs up on the stream if you're having fun. An 8th copy, a final copy of 8-man. I don't expect to see a con here. In fact, it just goes right back, thrown right back.
Yeah, it's only 1 away from all, 2 away from all concealed triples.
Oh, the old Suanko, 4 concealed triplets. But if you're gonna rely on that, might as well con and get an extra draw. But I think he's just thinking about too many other possible options to really make that con.
And keeping the triple there is...
Oh, second! Is it Tempai? He's gonna go straight for Tempai. No Yakuman.
Straight for Tempai.
No Yakuman leap here for Taira. Formon discarded. Is the Formon a safe tile? Was it a Genbutsu in the discard pile, or was it just Suji? It is safe. There's a Formon in the discard pile.
Yeah, Formon, a little bit of, like, discarding from the shape that he had in that hand, the 5, 6. I drew the 5, right? So 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8.
Yes. There's definitely a play for the 7 pairs possibility in his hand.
I think that Kihara just got Tempai. It was really quick. It was a really quick span, but...
Right. Oh. Yeah. Oh, that's a fold there.
Yeah, waiting for the 5, 8. Now there's options here. Now waiting for the 1, 4, 7 with the Mangan that we were talking about before.
Yeah, how safe was that 6 so? Doesn't look.
I know, but he's dealer. He's
Yeah.
gonna take that risk.
Was the weight that much better that he plays the dangerous 6-0? Perhaps he has a read on it.
1, 4, 7 instead of
5-8.
Instead of 5, 8, yeah.
But even from our previous games, from yesterday, Kihara's been playing extremely aggressively. His first game today.
Also, the 1, 4, 7 is Genbutsu. Oh, almost discarded it and discards a different one instead of conning. Not gonna give Taira any extra Dora there.
Right, but he's also not going to get the extra draw for the winning tile. It's pros and cons.
1, 4, 7 rate actually is a lot better from our perspective, but there's no way that Kihara would have known that.
It works out.
And he draws it.
Big draw. Big Mangan for Kihara here, with an extra 1,000 points from Taira's reach.
Yeah, Taira, of course, had 3 of the 8 bamboos, so it was And the one was also a Genbutsu, so I'm not sure if that also factored into him deciding to
Yeah,
take
I
a
could
risk
definitely
there.
see that helping. But I think Kihara has definitely been more of a risk taker than most of the players that we've seen. In fact, we remember talking about in just the previous game, he was one of the players willing to discard a Shonpai Dora, a one pin, not yet seen, not yet discarded Dora into a reach, and he wasn't even Tenpai. He was one away. He was the dealer at that point, but he discarded Shonpai Dora into the Riichi just to be one away from Tenpai.
Okay, but that table was also full of many beautiful women.
So
Could
you
be,
thought he was
could be that,
distracted.
could be distracted. That could happen.
I see, I see.
I was just, noticing that table was just like, it was just like tons of really cute girls and strong mahjong players. Like,
Is this from personal experience? People are distracted at your table? Is that how you're telling me?
no, 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 I don't look like them.
Jenn revealing some of her tactics here.
No, no,
This
no.
is a pro study
Nobody's
experience.
nobody's ever distracted by me. Or at least don't show it in their mahjong.
Otsuka here. Hopefully
Thinking
he's
of
not too
mahjong all the time.
distracted because he's getting very close to Tenpai here. Ohashi. In fact, two of these players with that initial kanji, O kanji, Dai and O.
They both start. Okay, yeah, they have similar looking. Oh wait, what am I looking?
Even Kihara, yeah,
I
even
was thinking
Kihara's name, the
Kihara,
Hon kanji, looks very similar.
the key kanji
Yeah,
is not on its
key
key
for
like
his name.
tree, yeah.
Key for his name.
And then
Right.
Tsubasa is also Shota. There's two Shotas on the AMC dental team.
Right.
Akutsu Shota and Taira.
Yeah, so you know who also has to avoid being distracted is the commentators. So that we can keep everything straight. And in fact, Kihara is going to catch this in his dealer position. So East 1 continues. That's it's not the smallest chunk of change. Not huge, but still a reasonable hand. And Kihara's lead grows just like his team's lead. His team's in first place. If he performs like this, they're going to stay in first place. Ohashi down to fourth place. And Northland, Kokushimuso Northland, second to the bottom right now. So Ohashi's going to need a Gyakuten. He's going to need a big turnaround. Still tons of time though. This is East 1.
Yeah, still East 1. And the dynamic with these rules is going to be a little bit different than what you normally see.
Yeah, fourth place has nothing to lose except tiebreaker points. But if you don't make an impact, the tiebreaker points won't matter at all. So we've seen fourth place push basically every South 4. Every South 4, fourth place has not really been folding because they have no reason to.
Yeah, you don't really need to save any points like you might in other formats.
Yeah, it actually kind of reminds me of a lot of online ranked formats where you don't lose much in fourth place if you get a worse fourth place. So fourth place is always pushing for the win. And as Chiral and I were talking about before, second place does not want to fall to fourth. If second place has a chance to fight for first, they have the potential of getting one more point, but a fight that causes them to deal in makes them lose 2 points. So it's twice as punishing to deal in than it is to get the win. So if you're gonna make a fight from second place, a dangerous fight, you'd better be considering that you have a good chance of winning. Otherwise,
Tenpai for Kihara again?
Yeah, as we saw in the previous game, Kihara was second place, and even though the scores were still very close, he had basically just folded his way out when Another player had Riichi'd.
But he's not folding this time. He's reached with the 2.4 weight.
Yeah, much different situation here. Otsuka goes with the pair of East that he has in hand. And it goes through. So he's safe for another round. Since he's got another East in hand. Of course, that is assuming that nobody else gets Tenpai on the East. From our situation, we can see nobody else. And that is Sanshoku Tenpai. Mixed triple Tenpai for Otsuka. Has also got the Tanyao all insides hand. So 2 Han. But most importantly, this would stop Kihara from winning and repeating dealer. It's not a good weight, though. It's a middle tile weight. A Penchan. Gut shot. Inside weight. All different ways to say the same thing here.
Oh, I see. I paired up a
Whoa!
Dora.
I thought that was it. But his thumb was blocking. Yeah, wasn't it? You can call a weight good or bad all you want, but as long as there's at least one tile left in the wall, it's never over.
Very true. Ohashi, trying to decide what to do, really wants to do something with these 2 Dora. And try and get the winning hand. There's just too many pairs in the hand, but he will maintain 3 pairs.
Be a lot easier for Ohashi
if
he was the North player and could call for Tenpai.
Yeah.
Although at this point, maybe not. With the Riichi on the table, I don't know who would throw Dora for him to call. Well, I was mentioning Kihara has done it before, but he's Riichi, so he's going to do it anyway.
It would probably be best to like try and make a Pinfu out of it. But it was hard since he had too many pairs as well in the hand.
Yeah, Otsuka gets to maintain Tenpai. He's still in there. It's interesting. Kihara actually has quite a few improvements to his hand, both Yaku-wise and weight-wise. But as the dealer, he went for the pressure reach. Quick reach.
And it is effective because Ohashi would probably be pushing much more aggressively if there was no reach on the table.
Right. Still haven't seen any of those north tiles other than the ones here in Ohashi's hand. Ohashi. Can you find the third north? Does Taira have Oh, he does. That's a white dragon in the corner there.
Waiting for a 2?
There's an East. Ohashi getting closer.
4 character, with the 4 characters safe now, Ohashi has a little bit more breathing room, and you can see made another open-ended in the dots. Right there, and able to discard the 4 character if he Tenpais.
Oh, that deals in. Not to the dealer, but it deals in. No. 2 Han. Not huge, but don't know if that's the result.
And Sanshoku.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the result that Taira was looking for, also being Tenpai himself. Puts him under Ohashi. You can see AMC Dental right up there with Aoki, 15 points to 16, just 1 point behind. So the winner of this match is going to take over. You can see AMC Dental's tiebreaker points are much higher than Aoki's tiebreaker points. So if AMC Dental goes ahead of Kihara of Team Aoki, they're going to be ahead. It's a pretty pivotal match here. Of course, we have one more match today, and Aoki is of course also involved because Kihara is our featured player. So
they are allowed to switch out players in between as long as for the team, but it could be scheduling. Who knows? But it ended up being Kihara playing all the games today.
Yeah, it's a bit of a marathon, a mahjong marathon. I wonder if
Speaking of marathons, we're gonna have a marathon next month with lots of Saikyosen Team Battle matches, as well as the first session of the new Saikyosen Moon Cup season.
Oh, exciting, exciting stuff. That's a poem. Tyra going for the half flush here, so this is also exciting. Still doesn't have any Dora, but is playing the half flush in Sozu in the bamboo suit, so could draw some Dora and add it to his value. Especially with that 9-so in hand. Could just connect to it with a 7 or an 8. It's not going to be easy though. 9-so could also be dangerous if he holds it for too long. Ooh, another copy of 1-pin. Gonna keep it.
I was going for the flush, but now probably shifting more towards an outside hand.
Yeah, he does have Yaku high called, so he doesn't even have to do any other Yaku. Could just make a hand if he really needs to finish. A lot of options here.
Otsuka reaches.
Oh.
Taira. I mean, yeah, hedges both the flush and the outside hand. Otsuka waiting for the middle. 7 bamboo. Chasso, as they say. So weird that the nickname is Chasso, because it's not really like shorter than Chiso.
Right. It's just cool.
I'm not sure like how cool it is, because I have the impression that it's something that like men that are like old men say it. But I really like it. Just so. I'm just not sure if it falls in the cool category.
Oh, triplet of 1s, but Hera's hand is already really trying to find a way to return to Tempai. He's been rolling Mawashi Uchi. It's taken a toll on his speed drastically. But maybe Tyra, if Tyra's willing to push one more dangerous tile, Tyra can make it back to Tempai with that big half flush. Oh,
Yeah,
comes
the
back to 2
character.
dangerous tiles.
And he'll keep that. Because the reach declaration tile is the 4 character, and the straddle Suji, Matagi Suji are usually considered dangerous to the reach declaration tiles. So the 5 character and also the 3, they're both really. Oh, he has a 2, wasn't a 3.
Right. Oh.
But the 2/5 is also really considered to be pretty dangerous.
Looks like it was discarded. Okay, okay. Of course, they do not actually deal in this case, but it's very hard to see. Very hard to see Tyra pushing.
One of those things where you want to avoid it before you avoid other tiles.
Right.
And of course, it's never 100%. You're just going off, getting as close as you can to reading hands.
Yep. Playing the odds, as it were. This is actually a very camouflaged weight. I mean, 7-so does not really look like a safe tile at all, so it's not amazing. But it's not easy to read that it is a 7-so. Okay. A lot of options for Tyra here, but most of them are extremely dangerous.
I mean, he can't really go for the hand anymore, so he's just folding. But when you just keep drawing the same tiles that you already have, it doesn't help you get more safe tiles.
Yes. Wow, the 6 returns. Well, at least that one's pretty safe. At least safe to the Riichi player. Oh! Going for Tenpai? Not yet. I'm just gonna go with the safe Formon. Could still make Tenpai though, for sure.
Yeah, only one away.
Yeah, Ohashi really trying to keep his dealer turn even without Yaku.
With one away, it gives you more opportunities to perhaps call for Tenpai as well.
What is the play here?
All the 147 Suji in the bamboos.
It's true. Forso is safe, and that means he's got all 4 copies of the one, so it's also safe. Those edge Suji, terminal Suji. Only thing it would deal into is Kokushi Muso, but I think we can pretty safely rule that out already. It finds a Tenpai, but doesn't want to discard the 5-so. Yeah, 5-so is really dangerous here.
Yeah.
Not going to go with that. Even
So
at the cost of his dealer turn.
Yeah, just one player Tenpai.
Seemed just perhaps a little too dangerous, especially with Tyra's half flush on the table. Wasn't completely sure whether Tyra is Tenpai or not, it feels like.
Well, the thing is, when it's that late and you're taking the risk only for Tenpai points, which is going to be a maximum of like 1,500 if there's a reach on the table. Earlier in the hand, if you take a risk like that, you're taking a risk so that you also have a chance at winning the hand.
Right.
So the risk is worth a lot more than it is towards the end of the hand.
Yeah, although
there is a lot of value in the dealer continuance.
Yes.
Sorry, you were gonna say that, weren't you?
Although, well, I was going to ask, perhaps some people say the dealer is a little bit overvalued. Some people say it's not worth it to take such a huge risk just for your dealer turn. Perhaps being the dealer is a little bit overvalued. There's players that argue, especially because you also, on sumos, you have to pay out more.
True. Watching Shibukawa's stream, Shibukawa from
Namba Shibukawa Pro.
Sakura Nights. He, at least for A rules, because he's often coaching Rinka, his wife, for A rules. Says make sure that your Tenpai is dealer no matter what, basically.
So
it's going to be a little bit different with A rules than with these rules, but
so he is a very he puts a lot of emphasis on keeping dealer. He puts a lot of value on it.
Yeah, I mean, especially because in A rules you don't have Ippatsu or Ura, but of course all the rules that we watch on the WRC channel generally do have Ippatsu and Ura. We'll probably not watch any A rules on this channel, but yeah, the value of dealer is also going to depend on which rules you're playing and how easy it is to make a comeback once you're behind.
Yeah, the value of the dealer position also depends on the scores, the positional play during the game.
Right, yeah. It's going to be a lot more valuable for Ohashi and Taira right now than for Kihara.
Yes. Ooh, not a bad draw. Not a bad draw.
Yeah, pretty wide. One away for Ohashi. Taira chooses 2 inside weights instead of keeping the 4-5-5-6 shape, which is basically 2 open-ended shapes.
Yep. Playing the fastest route to Tenpai.
And upgrades to open-ended. I think he has an extra block, so he's going to have to discard. Probably end up discarding the 7-9 shape in the bamboos.
Yeah, we actually saw Otsuka there discarding 7 so early, breaking up. After pairing up the Dora, he breaks up the 6-7 run, the sequence shape, in order to force a pair of Dora in the hand.
Oh,
ooh,
never mind. Just fill in that shape. And
yeah, interesting break there. No chance to pawn then. I wonder.
No chance to pawn, but everything is open-ended, so pretty easy Pinfu Tenpai. Of course, can't call the hand, but it doesn't take the perfect one-away shape. Instead, holds on to the safer white dragon tile.
We've seen a few
Luckily.
safety discards early on here that cost a little bit of efficiency. But if it keeps you from dealing in, might end up being worth it. You have no Dora and no mixed triples, no Sanshoku here. But does have Pinfu. And that's gonna
It did
put
end
some
up being the
pressure.
fastest attempt by even sacrificing a little bit of efficiency on the way. Got all the perfect draws for it.
No win there. Almost looked like he was going to put a sumo down. It was very close too. The 2-5 late, you see the 3-mon come out. We've seen that happen even at the M League level. Mistake a 3-mon for a 2-mon. And causes a bit of trouble. Chumbo. But Taira catches himself and doesn't call sumo on it, so good for him. An improvement here for Otsuka. And
That's
improvement
Tenpai
of
for Kihara as
Kihara
well.
Riichi.
Waiting for the 6-9 character.
Call has been made. Ipatsu break. Also Tenpai. No, does not take the Tenpai. Actually, he's looking for Yaku. Ohashi going to play the all simple, so it's going to take him a little bit longer to get Tenpai. Tough spot for Otsuka here. Still not Tenpai. He's going to cut that. He still has 7 pairs. 1 away though. Ishanten, 1 away from 7 pairs, so that's still an option. There goes the white dragon that's been discarded twice. Oh, Tenpai! 7 pairs. Can he afford to take it though? He's gonna go for it. No Riichi though.
Tanyo and all pairs.
No Tenpai here for Ohashi though. Tough spot. Tough spot. All inside tiles. 2 Riichis.
Yeah, no, the only one not Tenpai.
2 Riichis.
3 players he can deal into.
And 1 Damaten. But manages to avoid dealing in. Very skilled play from Ohashi here. Now what? Now what? Now what do you do, Otsuka? He's still looking at 2 Riichis just like Ohashi. So very hard to avoid and play safe to both. Gonna go with the 7-mon. Passes. 6 pin is his new weight. 7-mon so close to the winning tile of Kihara.
No, she's just completely folding now. It's
Is
way
that?
too late in the hand to try and
No!
read Tenpai.
It's the
It's so
wrong
close.
pin. Yes.
2 extra dots on that tile.
Need a
Sometimes you just
magic
want to erase
eraser.
it.
Yeah. 7 so no good. Another 8. Tough. Tough break.
Wrong answer.
Roan.
It does win on Kihara's discard. Kihara, of course, couldn't stop that discard since he was also Reach. He has to just draw and discard unless he wins a hand.
Now right into the dealer though. And so now Taira is up in good position.
Yeah, that's huge. Kihara had that massive lead, and now it drops down. Of course, when you play aggressively, you take those risks, and so you end up losing more than the defensive players, but you also tend to win a lot more. So it's a
Right.
balance that you have to find there.
Yep. A player who never wins and never deals in will generally lose most games. Better to win once and deal in once most times than it is to never win and never deal in.
And yeah, you also, I mean, you can kind of hedge the risk that you're taking
Yes.
against when you deal in. So you're dealing into cheaper hands and winning bigger hands. Hopefully.
Oh, hopefully.
Hopefully that's how it's going, yeah.
So Taira already with some tough decisions. You can see him taking some time. He's got a bunch of nice shapes, but nothing that's quite close to Tempa yet. A pair of Tumon. I'm not sure that's what Otsuka wants. Yeah, he just discards it immediately. I was a little curious, maybe he would use it, because it is still a little bit of efficiency, slight improvement, but wasn't enough for what he wanted. Thing is, Otsuka cannot really do an outside hand, can't really do Chanta with 5, 6, 7 pin in his hand. Taira getting close to Tempai with an all inside hand. Whoa, Taira's getting closer and closer. Dora for Otsuka. Kihara connects 4, 5, 6 pin, but is still pretty far from Tempai, and he's not the dealer this time, not like his big run in East 1. So we might see Kihara let this go, since our other players are a little bit faster. It'll be interesting to see what happens if another player reaches, whether Kihara will still be pushing forward, as his aggressive style has often done, or if he'll let the hand go. He's still in the lead even after that deal in. So he does have his first place to protect.
And since you don't lose points in this format, I mean, even if he doesn't gain a lot of points, 16 points is still really far ahead of most of the pack. So we might find it worth it to risk getting a last place to try and get more points to gain the points to stay in first place.
But can he do it against a dealer reach? Taira's found Tempai. The weight, an inside Formon, Dora only. So really not the greatest weight, but a lot of pressure on a dealer reach. Yeah, I mean, this is still the same amount from Tempai, but it's an improved weight. Close to the Dora. Both 5-mon and 2-mon very close to the Dora. He's going to go for it, though. Doesn't deal in. Of course, we know only waiting for 4-mon is Taira.
Yeah, but I think that Otsuka's going to have to discard the 4-mon if he's going to...
Right. Ohashi finds Tempai, though. So we might not even get there. Last place doing anything you can to stymie the bleeding, to stave off the point loss. 7 pin, that's a tough one against the dealer. It's not safe at all. Could just go with the 8 pin for now, but what do you do after that? 5 pin middle Suji? He's gonna go right in, considering he's in last place. It is only East 3, but you gotta make up that point sometime, and this hand is Tempai.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that if you can't discard, if you can't fold safely anyway, then you may as well give yourself the best option at winning the hand.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're folding and giving yourself a great chance at losing the hand as well. Because
Right.
you're going to have to end up discarding dangerous tiles. So you kind of hedge that risk by... And he does win it.
Cashes in that Dora from the called
7
tile.
discard.
Got a Tanyao. So not too big, but it does stop Taira's reach. And Ohashi collects a few points. Don't think
Yeah,
it's...
and that's exactly why you take that risk.
Yeah. Not quite enough to
Just barely
overtake, but
outside.
has a lot of time to make it happen. East
Yeah, it's
4.
still the East round, East 4.
Otsuka
And
dealing here for
really
all serious.
I mean, he's even within Hanemon range of first place now.
That's right.
So great win. Great creep up on the other players there for Ohashi.
Oh, well, we see Otsuka starting with a pair of Red Dragon, a pair of 2-pin, a pair of Eitsu. Has not sorted yet. Let's see if he goes for the sort. He's gonna sort it. Made his decision to discard first, though. Earlier, you were saying All Serious not only holds their own qualifiers for their team, but they have their own little league for it.
Yeah, well, not so they had a qualifying tournament. They had, I think, a few different two or three qualifiers, and then in like Osaka and in Tokyo, and then they had one final table to decide who is going to take the spot that Otsuka won. And then, but they also have a whole separate like league that's like a team battle between organizations, like JPML and MPM are playing in those.
Well, that's pretty exciting. They're all serious
Yeah.
about Mahjong.
It's a Serious Stars, I think it's called. I'll just find it real quick. I want to play.
That's Jenn Pro for you. Seeing Mahjong wants her to play Mahjong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here commentating, and I'm just like, okay, when can I start playing online again? Like, how many more hands until the game's over so I can play online again? That's the All Serious Cup.
All Serious Cup,
I think is what we're looking. Maybe. Okay.
Oh, that's
Maybe
another event you can see these pros playing at here. It's a busy life as a pro sometimes. Otsuka Tenpai now. He's getting busy. He's got his Yaku. He's got his first call of Yaku High value tiles. Ohashi does have West as a value tile, so Ohashi can call West for Yaku as well. If he's looking to stop the dealer once again. He stopped the dealer once. Can he do it twice in a row with another shutdown hand? This hand could be big if he draws Tenpai on his own, though. If he draws it himself, he doesn't even have to use the West. Could make a Tanyao Pinfu kind of hand.
So All Serious is a company that runs ramen shops.
Oh.
And provides consulting for ramen shops and other similar businesses, and then also tons of mahjong stuff. So you'll remember that they're also a sponsor for the Sankei Shimbun Cup,
Yes.
a team on the Sankei Shimbun Cup.
On
and
the
here,
roster.
and then yeah, like you said, they're running their own tournament as well. So, but if you look at their Twitter, then it's mostly ramen stuff.
Ohashi
so
won away.
The Mahjong Pro Org Team Battle that just started last week. And so yeah, they have 8 teams with a whole bunch of different orgs.
I think Mahjong
Like
is
fun.
perfectly good entertainment for the ramen shop to have on while you sit and eat.
True, yeah. A lot of them do have TVs, so.
Over here in Canada, I've seen anime on the TVs. I've seen local news as well sometimes. Would be cool if I saw Mahjong one day.
Yeah, they have so for this tournament they have the Hokkaido, the JPML Hokkaido team, the JPML Central team, the JPML Kansai team, and the JPML Shizuoka team. And then they have NPM also has teams in it. So they're regional teams.
That's pretty cool.
So it's not just, yeah. It's not just like random team configurations.
Let me see. 3 times now, Tyra has been given the Ipeco, the 4-5-6 so Ipeco, and 3 times Tyra has discarded the 6 so, keeping the 3 so weight with the 2-4 instead of the 4-6. And it does not get Kihara to deal in here. Kihara is not. But the power of the 3 so comes through and Tyra draws it himself. Not bad, huh? Not bad.
Yeah, definitely easier middleweight. And of course, everybody watching this is going to choose the 3 so weight over the 5 so weight.
Yeah, even without the Ipeco. I suppose it didn't matter too much with the sumo in addition. It was enough for Mangan. But if it hadn't been sumo, I don't think it would have reached Mangan. So going for the better weight, even if it's worth a few less points here. Of course, no red 5s,
just like that,
so we didn't have to worry about that.
Taira is within an arm's reach of first place.
Yeah, maybe less than an arm. Just a few fingers. just
Fingers
stretch
reach.
a tiny bit more. Maybe a mahjong
Maybe
tiles reach.
a wrist reach.
It's just one tile away. This is an interesting hand. Otsuka's hand, it's a little bit out of shape, but there's a lot of good pairs in it. Kihara's hand, the same way.
Oh, she looks quite slow. He does have this double south pair though.
Right.
Okay.
5 mon, right out of the middle, yeah.
I mean, with this score difference and with the total scores not really mattering, it's a less incentive than usual, I think, even to go for Ayakamon, but you also can't do the abortive draw, the 9 tiles, 9 types,
Right.
so sometimes you're just gonna end up going, like, hedging maybe an outside hand and going for Kokushi.
Yeah, occasionally those 13 orphans hands, those Kokushi hands, turn into 7 pairs. Just keep drawing the same pairs. And you can even get all outsides and honors, all terminals and honors, Honroto.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens as well.
Taira, of course, has the opposite hand, no terminals or honors.
Right. That just means there's more tiles for Otsuka to get, right? Since they're not using each other's tiles. 2, 3, 4. Another 5 that's immediately thrown away.
Well, that would be an upgrade to an open-ended. Still too many blocks, though.
Interesting to note, Otsuka, when we come back around to him. Oh, good draw. Good draw for Taira. But here with Otsuka, he is holding on to a 2-3 mon, so he hasn't quite given up on that. Okay, now he has. Because 2-3 could be used for like a Chanta type hand, an outside type hand if you get a 1-2-3.
Yeah, he was hedging the normal outside hand.
But he's pulled another good tile, so he doesn't need it any longer.
Taira choosing between which kanchan to keep.
Right. Oh, we're getting closer. That's 2 draws in a row for Otsuka. Very solid. It's going to be hard for him to get those last tiles, though. Although Taira doesn't have them. Our other players do.
He needs a west.
9 pin. Yeah, and west.
And a 9.
9 of dots and a west. I guess our other players don't have 9 of dots and west, but there's 3 9 dots on the board right now. 3 copies of the 9 of dots.
Only 1 west on the 2 wests on the board, so 3 more tiles in the deck to help him in the wall.
Home! Which will he take? White Dragon or Tanyao? Tanyao it is, going for the inside hands. Even though it's a little dangerous to discard the White Dragon. Going to take that route.
A little bit dangerous, but it does lock in the Yaku instead of forcing a backdoor to the... to the value tile.
Tenpai no Riichi, looking for some improvements. That is not the greatest tile. In fact, I can't remember. That might deal in that 4-pin. No, it won't. And not that one. Rest of the white dragons are discarded here. Oh, it's 4 So and 4 Mon, but not 4-pin. That's the only 4 suit that doesn't deal in.
All the
Oh,
other
that one
fours.
does though. That one, can he read this silent Tenpai? Can he read this Damaten? Does Otsuka know that Tyra is trying to get first place right now?
Gunker's the only player at the table to win a whole tournament to earn his spot on this team.
Hmm.
And I don't know if he read it or not, but he does decide to get out of the way.
Yep, for now, he's not discarding any of the dangerous tiles. Chance to change weight and reach? I think it's
Yeah,
Furiten
but it would
though.
be Furiten. Yeah, he discarded the 6 quite early.
Oh, no reach.
But takes the Furiten. Don't be afraid of Furiten.
Oh, it does allow Otsuka to move though. And that could be scary, considering it's this late in the hand, seeing the Kokushi player discard an inside tile like that might have our other players on edge. That Kokushi Tenpai.
Yeah, we still haven't seen that West or 9 dot.
That's not it. Just gonna discard it.
He only needs one of them to get to Tenpai.
Oh, Tenpai switch. Wait, switch.
Oh, there's
for
a West.
Kihara.
There's only one more West left in the wall.
But it's still possible. Still technically out there. Is it? No, wrong 9. Gonna go right in with the 4-pin though. Oh, we got a tile knockover, but Chi is made correctly this time. 1 away for Ohashi, but no Yaku on his 1 away. Calls south as a triplet. He's still gonna be 1 away. A triplet? It's too late for that. Not the winning tile for Kihara. Is that it is callable. This West is pretty scary against the Kokushi player. We haven't seen it. Well, we saw one of it very early. He's really thinking, is it worth it? He doesn't. It says it's not worth it. Out goes the East, though, right after. Out goes the last 9-pin! That could have dealt in, but now it's over. Kokushi is officially dead.
Otsuka can only Tenpai and cannot win the hand. But actually cannot Tenpai because the Wests are gone, right? I think
There should be one left.
There's still one more. One left.
There should be one West left in the wall. Another 9 so no good.
It just completely gives up at this point. Gives up even Tenpai.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not much help here. Maybe a smaller chance at a mixed triple of Sanshoku. Draws the tile face down for a little while, then looks at it. We are going to another draw here. I say another draw, but there have been a lot of one hands in this game as well. But definitely not the first draw of this match.
I think there have been a lot of exhaustive draws. We're talking a lot about whether the players could take the risk of going to Tenpai or not.
Right. But a lot of the repeats,
a marathon match.
Yeah, a lot of the repeats were dealer wins. There were a reasonable amount of draws as well, though. Double East, well, a pair of East. It's not. It's not. Yeah.
East. Yeah.
Will it be called again? Kihara has the chance to pull, and this time he does not. In the beginning, in East 1, he did make the quick call on the red dragon for a fast hand, but This time he's looking for something bigger. Suppose he likes the shape his hand is in, wants the value. He's got a door though.
Or
Interesting.
yeah, maybe he doesn't like this shape very much. A lot of times when you wait for the second tile, it's because you want the shapes to kind of work
Wow.
themselves out a little bit more before you start to call.
I mean, that's a shape that worked itself out that has Dora in it, so can't argue there. Only question is when he gets to Tempai, is his weight going to be any good? Might have to give up the East altogether. Now he's got that 1-1-1-2 shape. Oftentimes that's used to make a pair, which would mean his Easts become a little bit irrelevant. They become a little bit redundant. An extra block. Oh, triple South. 3 copies of South for Otsuka. He's not the South player, so it's only 1 Han. But it is closed. Closed Anko.
Yeah,
Closed
one
triplet.
because oh,
Tenbai. No reach. Ohashi
shit,
7
tempa,
pairs
all
Tenpai.
pairs. Yeah, the 4-bimb is not a great weight for an all pairs hand. It's okay for if you're not reach. Somebody might just drop it, especially this early. But if you reach, you want to get something that's a little bit easier to win with. And Kiara will pull in the second East tile, the last one available.
Yeah, I don't think there's much option other than to do it at that point. He does want to cash in on that Dora.
One away for Oldska. Keeps
Him
2
bite!
Adyamen.
Tenbai! That's not bad. Still no Riichi from Ohashi. He's playing under the radar. This is technically Tenpai for
Yeah.
Taira. Not the greatest weight though.
Waiting for the side 7 weight when he's already using 1-7 and it's right next to the Dora.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a 9-mon discard option to make a Tanya on all inside set. No, he's gonna go with the 8-mon actually. Interesting.
8-mon is like leaves the option open for the full straight, but the thing is he's already discarded the 1 character, so it's really hard to actually make the full straight.
Maybe
there.
it has to do with pairing up 6-mon for double Dora and then having 7-8-9 left over. This is good enough for Ohashi to call reach. He likes the 2-mon weight. Okay, 9-mon comes out.
Now he's a sticky 1 away.
Still no Tenpai here for Otsuka. Otsuka. No ten.
Debating whether that 9 die is safe enough to discard or not.
Gonna go with 3 so.
It's not.
Oh, no sumo here.
That's Tenpai.
But how willing is Taira? Not that willing. Going to take it, but no Riichi, no Yaku, no Ron.
And the 2 dots are pretty tied up, but Kiara's hand, winning tile will come out first.
It's a good thing Kihara called that last copy of East. But this doesn't mean Kihara's dealership is going on again. Just like in East 1, Kihara is doing a long dealership. Between the draw before this hand and now a mid to late game win from Kihara. His deal has been going on pretty long, and this might be a quick repeat once again. Maybe going for extra value with the half flush. Few pairs for Ohashi in South Seat. Ohashi back into last place right now with a couple unfortunate deal-ins. He was digging his way up, stopped some big dealer turns, but unfortunately had some big deal-ins as well. Well, they weren't that big, but there were just a bunch of them. A few of them, which ended up costing him more. Another pair here for Taira. We'll see whether he chooses to use pairs or not. Oh, the half flush is complete for Kihara. It's not quite tempa yet, but all the tiles are either bamboos or honors so far.
He has all the ingredients to
That's right.
finish baking the top flush.
Finish cooking. Yeah, finish baking the half flush. Oh, call has been
baking
made.
is good. Because cooked is not a good meaning, right? So we have to say, yeah, so we can bake it.
No, you gotta let him cook.
Can't let him bake.
Okay, still no tempai. Still no tempai for Kihara. He's gonna do a little more baking. Never take the cake, never take the rising bread out too early. You can't fix it if you take it out early.
Yeah, also
It will not
don't
rise
jump up
again.
and down next to the oven.
That sounds dangerous.
No, like if you make a big bang or something, it could make if it's a souffle, it's gonna fall and it will be ruined.
This is one of those weird hands. It's kind of improving, but it's a little bit slow. You're gonna have to do some dangerous moves. Otsuka really deciding. Gonna go right out of the middle with the 5, so get it out early. It does kind of backfire, but it's not a Roan, so Otsuka gets to keep his points. But now he knows the dealer's made another call. He's got to be tempa after 3 calls, right? Surely a pro wouldn't make 3 calls and not be tempa. Still 1 away here for Otsuka, even after that dangerous discard. Not going to go with any more Sozu after the 3rd call, though. So he's going to be at the mercy of these 7. So Kihara holding 2 of them. Ohashi got 1 of them. That leaves 1 left in the wall that Otsuka needs to connect on. Oh, does not want to cut another 5 so either. It stung him last time. If he does it again, he might be afraid of an even larger sting.
Okay, then giving up on the potential Nyanpeiko two twin sequence, but keeps the all pairs option.
Seven-mon discarded.
Yeah, just locking in the open-ended and also
No.
knowing that it's
No, maybe.
to give
Ohashi.
up on.
Oh,
Wants
goes
to
the
keep the
other
option
way.
for Probably he wants to keep the option for an inside hand. Triple up on the 1 dot. And that is 2 players in a row they had something in their mind to discard and they switched it based on the draw.
Right.
And we got to see it in real time. You don't always get to see that decision changing right there in front of you.
Is that a 3rd
Triple.
east? So hard
That's
to
1
play
away.
this hand without discarding bamboos into the dealer, though. Would have to go 6 and 7, mon. Oh, okay, 4 mon is also an option. Not really any faster, though.
Yeah,
If
it
he
needs a
discards 4
pair,
mon.
so.
Alright, 7 mon.
Yeah, with that triple up, needs a pair somewhere. So that's 2 triples. One of them will probably contribute to the pair.
Yeah, Ohashi in trouble too has the extra copy of 7, so.
Everyone just trying to get to Tenpai without discarding any Sozu. It's like a lava monster game.
Right.
Like
But is it possible? That's the question here. An extra Sozu for Taira, so Taira's probably not going to make it at the end here. Okay, it's partially doable, but not willing to cut the 6-mon either. It's Dora, a little too scary.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times when
Copies.
people are going for a half flush, then they keep the Dora because if it pairs up, that's worth the same as a half flush.
Right.
So there could always be a Dora in the hand that appears to be a half flush if one of the honor tiles, one of the value tiles is pwned.
Right. Kihara's gotten a lot of Sozu tiles now, but none of them are winning. This is Tenpai, huh? Discard a 2-mon or con them and look for something else? I don't know. Ohashi is just going to play it for the Tenpai.
That would be it. Kata gets another turn of dealer.
Hmm.
Of course, he wanted to have that other turn with a half flush win in the bank, but we'll take the Tenpai points for now.
Just have to accept it sometimes, but yeah, definitely playing the most dealer hands out of anyone here. Especially considering no one else has had any in the South round yet. His previous dealer turn also went to 3 Honba. Wonder if he's gonna go for a record here with 4. Only on 3. Oh, what
nice
a
feeling.
good draw for Ohashi though.
Yeah.
Could be time for a changing of the guard.
Oh, and that's a nice feeling as well for
Otsuka.
Otsuka. And a nice feeling for Kiara too. This was the drawing round where everybody got their middle tiles filled in. And for Taira again.
Cutting that middle tile, Otsuka. Prefers the 4
Yeah,
Pandora.
the pair plus is open-ended. There's 2 shapes of that, which are really strong and wants to keep the 4 dot as the Dora. So a 6 was kind of the only discard, but just wanted to make sure that it was efficient enough for him.
Yeah, Ohashi also has a pair of Dora. So all 4 Dora are in players' hands already. We're not going to see any more drawn. It's going to be a little bit tough. Although, of course, Otsuka doesn't know how tough it is to use that last Dora. It's a nice
1, 2, 3
tile.
Sanshoku shape for Taira. Just one away from that.
Otsuka, are you going to play for the Dora? Or are you going to discard it and play high speed? He's playing for the Dora. It's a tough spot. Triplet of Green Dragon. We might see another Kihara dealer turn at this rate.
A little bit stronger one away for Taira.
You can just find another 3 or a 5 maybe. Maybe even a Penchan, an inside weight is good enough at this point. For Otsuka to just Riichi with the Dora in hand.
That's Tenpai. Open-ended weight. Didn't get the 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku mixed sequence I was hoping for.
Yeah,
but
no Dora either.
We'll take that Reach.
Oh, Reach is just in
Tenpai.
time to scare Otsuka off from discarding the Dora. Maybe Kihara will have to stop his dealer run here.
I thought it was safe, so it's really easy to just discard that pair and roll it to try and get something to stick to the Dora still.
Right. But there just are not many tiles. No, very few 3s, 4s, or 5s left. It's gonna have to be something like a 2 or a 6 with an inside weight, and against a Riichi, even that might not be good enough for Otsuka to fight with.
Also note that unlike the Sankei Shimbun Cup, there is no time limit in the Saikyosen Team Battle.
Call has been
Gee,
made.
that's a tempai. Wow, that looked like super speed.
Yeah, Ohashi has a couple Dora. So Ohashi might also stop the dealer rampage. This is Tenpai. You can wait on the Dora. So he doesn't have to discard it this time. Maybe we'll take it? 3-so?
Maybe, but there it goes. The 1-4-3-6 weight is tempting though, especially when you're using 3 of the 2s.
It's Dora only now. And that, of course, as we can see, is almost a doomed weight with our other players. Ohashi's not going to drop his.
Nobody wants to discard that.
Kihara's not going to drop his.
Con!
Chance for big points. His hand didn't look like much at the beginning, but found an Uradora. Or found a Condor, rather.
Yeah.
Might find an Uradora if he wins.
Ah, that was the winning, the 3-so was the winning tile.
If only he believed in 3-so.
It wouldn't have been Ippatsu because the con was called, but...
Just too scary to discard Dora right here. It looks like Kihara is not making another deal. However this ends up, he's way far away from Tenpai now. Oh, a fold from Ohashi.
And Taira finds his 3.
Miss the Uradora.
Ura, yeah. But Itsumo Dora?
Yeah, not too
with
bad.
That con, that's gonna be lots of fu.
And we got the manga in
70
there.
fu. Oh wait, no. Yeah. 70 fu with 3 Izumo Dora, so.
Taira in the lead after that manga, and Ohashi's last chance. Can Ohashi find this big break?
And this is what we were talking about. Well, she's gonna push to keep his dealer turn.
Right.
At a lot of cost.
This is a good hand.
Willing to take a lot of risk.
Does he go for the full flush, or does he use the nice 2-3 shape in the Sozu? He's gonna cut the 8-9 shape. Would rather have the 6 to connect to Dora. 6-mon.
Yeah, those sideways, they just look really bad when they're next to those open-endeds and middle Doras.
Big draw for Kihara. He may not be dealer, but he's not done winning yet. He needs to get first place back from Taira after that. After that huge con Mangan. Mangan finds a Dora in the Condora and then adds so much food to the hand. It was a really big, really impactful con from Taira this game.
Yeah, Kihara's just one away with like really good shapes in the hand. Oh, nice fill in for Taira. Has lots of options to make a pair in Kihara's hand. Could basically anything in the bamboos is going to be helpful.
Oh, another pair. Yeah, so we're going to get rid of a pair. Taira trying to extend his first place lead here because it's very tenuous. Kihara's running up right against it. 6, 7, 8, 9. Not super great.
Yeah, another option for the Nobeton weight to try and make a pair.
Prefers it over the 1-4 so apparently.
Everybody's hands are pretty good.
Well, 6, 7, 8, 9. Another option. Does not like that one though. Gonna get rid of that one. Just a lot of
Wow.
rolling around. Oh, interesting.
Ohashi is trying to go for a fast hand as dealer, but actually there's a potential for a flush there.
Oh, Tenpai
This is Tenpai.
takes the Tanyao Pinfu weight. Can't really blame him on that one.
You're waiting for the 5-8 bamboo and reaches to put the pressure on.
Yeah, that weight is worth a lot more points than the 6-9 man weight. Even if it might have been easier to get. Worth a lot less. Still no Tenpai for Otsuka.
Taira slows down the hand a little bit, discarding the 9 character. It's a pair, so he will release both of them. But it has so many... Oh,
I
would have
got
been
a triplet.
Tenpai.
Oof.
The
Unfortunate.
only backfire you can actually get from that.
789. It's here. You're gonna go all the way? I'm just gonna go Tenpai here.
My dealer turn. Let's go.
Yeah.
And that is one of the tiles that could bring Taira back to Tenpai.
Especially
So many good shapes left in the hand,
when-
even with discarding the 9 pair.
Yeah, especially when Kihara is already Riichi. Ohashi figured it was too slow to try and go for the full flush here. It was a nice hand to do it though, with that extra 6, 7, 8, 9 shape at the end. And considering his point value, maybe some people might have gone for it. That 8 so will deal in though.
Yeah.
Otsuka. Tough spot. Ohashi did not get it in the way he expected. But I think that's going to put Otsuka below him. Oh, maybe not after the Riichi stick. Because Ohashi has to lose his Riichi stick. No, it's still enough, even with the Riichi stick.
Yeah, the Riichi sticks were already taken out, I think, so...
So, Ohashi getting into third, not the way he expected, but at this point, I think that's as much as he can hope for.
Yeah, I mean, even though it's that far negative, 14,900 feels like it's super duper negative, but you still gain a point, a table point.
Yeah, it's all about positions. No raw points. Only tiebreaker, which is a lot less important than the actual points. Oh, quick hand maybe for Taira? That could... I don't even think it's enough to put him in the lead, but it could give him another shot at dealer to do it again later. Kihara's hand is not that slow, but it has a few bad weights in it.
And Taira's in the position that you were mentioning before, in the second place position, where going for first place might not be worth the risk, depending on what happens in the hand.
Yeah, however...
so he also may not decide to take the risk to continue as dealer.
True. But in this case, he has a 30,000 point buffer. It's hard to consider him feeling that it's too much of a risk unless he sees a Yakuman or a Sanbaiman on the table.
The problem is Otsuka, because Otsuka still has a dealership left. So if it's against Ohashi, I think you'll easily see him push. But against Otsuka, you might not, because if Otsuka gets a big hand and leading into the dealership, then it's really only one more big hand away from taking second place away from Taira.
That's true. Ohashi does not seem to have pulled that many great tiles, but he does have a pair of Dora, and he has a chance at like an all-inside hand. It would be Mangan, which would be reasonable enough to hold third place. It would be decent insurance, although Otsuka would be dealer after this, so it'd still be a little scary. Taira playing aggressively to keep his dealer turn. He is going to shoot for that first place.
Yeah, Ohashi is probably just trying to not let Otsuka win. Not really much Ohashi can do to get into second place, so he wants to just maintain the third place at all costs. And Otsuka, of course, needs to I think it's really a tough position because you want to get a big hand so that it's easier going into the last hand, but
Right.
you really just got to play what you're given, and it might not be worth the time to actually build a hand and build up the points.
Oh, Otsuka might just have the hand come to him, though. The full straight is getting there. That's a good draw, though, for Ohashi. So our last place players, third and fourth, look to have the most sparks flying between them in this South 3 hand. Taira just trying to get it over with quickly so he can get his dealer turn again. I mean, Kihara's not really out of it either. His hand doesn't look that great.
But it's just what away. Just the remaining shapes aren't that great, but there are also opportunities for upgrades with those the middle pair that he has. Really, Otsuka's hand is the one to watch.
One man. Cut the 9 to force Dora. Force 5 pin. Okay.
I think maybe, yeah, with the Dora and possibly looking at a 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku.
Khan. The added Khan. No good draw, though. No help for Taira there. Any Dora? It's 9 man. We'll have to take a look to see how much that affects things. I don't think it affects things that much, but my memory could be a little poor. Yeah, nothing here. Although he did just draw one. Kihara throws it.
Yeah.
Kihara throws it right back.
I mean, there's not really any way that Ohashi would use the 9. Taira's not going to use the 9. Otsuka's not going to use the 9. Otsuka really trying to use that Dora, keeping the double gutty. Okay, not looking at 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku at all.
Oh, pair of 3s, no good. 3 is discarded as soon as it's even paired up.
He did the swappy dappy.
Yes.
So it looks like his hand has progressed by 1 draw.
I suppose he's preparing for Dave to start commentating.
I used swappy dappy in my in the subtitles for the new Prost that's coming out this week.
Well, Tenfai, Riichi. No Yaku, only 1 Dora, but with the Khan on the table, there's chance for Khan Dora and Ura Dora.
I'm waiting for the middle 6 dots, which is right next to that Dora.
Yeah. And Khan Ura Dora. Definitely hard spot for Ohashi here. Does not want to deal in. That would be pretty bad. Going to 4th place. And Otsuka has a dealership and you don't. Of course, Otsuka doesn't really want to deal in either, but he's actually going to fold it out. This Riichi is putting a lot of pressure.
If you're mainly an online player, you might notice that no matter what the Khan Dora indicator is going to be discarded, going to be turned over right away once the Khan is declared.
A big sumo for Taira. Taira gets another turn here.
So we don't even get to see what the Ura Doras were. Because Taira was not reached.
Right.
Yeah, no matter what the rules for these live games is no matter what when the Khan is made or how the Khan is made, the discards, the Khan Dora is always revealed immediately once the declaration is made. No reason, not no reason. There's no waiting for the discard at all. Just, wow, really nice shapes for Taira as he continues his dealership. Locks in the 5-6 open-ended, discarding the coveted Sanzo as the first discard. Hara actually has some rough shapes in Ohashi as well.
Well, perhaps we will be going into South 4. Perhaps we will reach the all last. Game's almost 90 minutes so far.
I mean, the thing is, Taira's shapes are the best in this in this hand, so it looks like we will have. If things go as they look like they're going, then we will have one more turn with Taira as dealer. And he does Pon the green dragon.
That's
As
very
Tenpai waiting for the
powerful.
3/6 character.
This could kind of dash Kihara's hopes here, because it's not just a win, it's a big end.
Yeah, he was able to get into first place with the last win, and this is a Dora as well, so it's 12,000.
Yeah, just big insurance, big lock. Kihara will be looking for Hanemans or more to get it all back. Oh, Kihara cutting the inside there, keeping the 1-man. Holding onto that Dora, doesn't want to drop it against Taira's discards right now. Looks very
Yeah, but now we're
dangerous.
seeing all the 6 characters being drawn.
Hmm.
Kihara has 2 of them. Ohashi has 1 of them.
Yeah, we'll see if Kihara just runs away completely. No more man tiles for the rest of the hand, maybe.
Yeah, Taira using one of the 3s and another one in Otsuka's hand, so that means there are 3 of his winning tiles still left in the wall.
Yeah, it looks like Otsuka's coming up with the exact same weight. Oh, the 6-man! He just went for it! That's a big blow to Kihara. He's been playing pretty aggressively. Sometimes gets you points, sometimes it loses you the points. And this one...
But that was he was either going to have a chance at taking first place back or just stay in second place.
Right. 25,000
like we said,
points out, no?
It would hurt him more to deal into Otsuka in that situation.
True.
So, but now Kihara is in a position where it actually is really dangerous to deal into Otsuka. Because that's just a dealer Mangan or 2 away from Otsuka taking over second place. But Taira doesn't have to worry about anything. Can keep winning or just kind of fold, I think, at this point. It's such a massive lead and really no worry about Kihara catching up. The only worry is Otsuka doing Renchan forever, being dealer forever, which is possible since there's no time limit. For all we know, they are still playing and Otsuka is still the dealer right now as we speak.
Mm, 5-pin early from Ohashi. Doesn't want any dangerous tiles left. Slight weight improvement, he says. I'd rather have the safety. Kihara cutting Dora adjacent tiles early as well. We would need something like that, I think, to overtake Taira. So I think Kihara is settling in and trying to lock second place down. Tenpai for Taira, though. Taira is not finished yet. No Riichi on this one, though. So cannot roam
no
here, no
Riichi.
Yaku.
Probably just in a situation, well, if I win it, I'll take the win, but I do not need to, like, extend this dealership.
Yeah, it's a difficult weight. 6-man, that's the Dora indicator. Not easy to get from other
Huge
players.
fill-in for Kihara Tenpai, waiting for is it the 1-4 dot?
To be fair, the dealer's pressure Riichi might be worth something here. Otsuka making a monster in his hand. I wonder if he would be willing to go for the Suanko all the way, the Yakuman. I think Otsuka had a similar hand and he just took the Riichi last time. Perhaps maybe we'll just try to get into third place. But a Yakuman, especially because Taira is the dealer, a Sumo Yakuman could definitely do a lot for Otsuka, give him a chance at first place. We'll see if he's a little more greedy this time.
I mean, it would definitely put him in second place.
Yeah.
And Kihara is not reaching. Reach would not add that much value to his hand. But if he could maybe end up with like a Diampeiko shape, then he might decide to reach,
Yeah,
because that's a lot more
maybe
value.
even
Maybe
mixed
it'd be
triples
Tanyo as
here.
well.
We'll see. But yeah, if Otsuka sumos Yakuman, Otsuka becomes first place, like, just from this hand alone. With the 48,000 point difference, since Taira's the dealer. I think Otsuka's gotta be thinking about that. He doesn't hit it though. He just hits a tempai. Yeah, it's hard to hold out when you draw that.
And
But
that's the tile that Kihara was looking for.
he's gonna go for it.
That adds Tanyo, Ipeiko, and a possible Riampeiko to his hand.
Oh, and now
Huge value.
Ohashi's tempai. I can't see him folding this one. Maybe he'll play a little Mawashi with 1-so and 7-so, but he's going for the full fold. I did not expect that at all. Interestingly enough, the only guy
is probably hoping that Kihara will win it and not let Otsuka.
It's a big gamble. The only guy he would deal into actually is Taira, who did not Riichi, so he couldn't actually roam.
So the 2-5 character wait for Otsuka and the 1-4 dot wait for Kihara.
Yeah, we can see Kihara has so many of the 2-5 characters as well, but there's a 1-4 for Taira, and that's gonna be, for Ohashi, that's gonna be locked down. Oh, the deal-in! I mean, Taira doesn't really care too much, right? As long as he doesn't deal into Kihara.
No, I think he's actually would want to deal into Otsuka a little bit less, since Otsuka has a better chance at overtaking him.
But Kihara's
just a
already
Mangan
20
to
points
Kihara.
closer.
Yeah, but just a Mangan to Kihara doesn't even drop him into second place. And since Kihara only doesn't have any more dealerships, I think this dealership for Otsuka is a little bit, I mean, to me, it's a little bit more scary.
If that's the case, I think that's the case. It was a pretty interesting discard to make. It definitely felt like with that discard, it felt like he was more okay dealing into Otsuka there. Because he played safely against Kihara, but I guess you can't play safe against both all the time. Or all three even. Ohashi was tempai for a short time before he folded. So you never know, maybe Ohashi was tempai.
It's a really tough spot. I guess you can look at who do I think has more value in their hand as well. I mean, Kihara had massive value in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Otsuka almost had a Suanko, almost had 4 concealed triplets, so... but Otsuka might make him regret it. He's already started calling some honor tiles. Not much value, but it would give him another shot. Another big hand. Even if this one is small. It hits the 2. Moving fast, Otsuka. Not a bad draw. Not the greatest draw, though. It's another pair for Kihara.
I mean, I guess you think at this point, if he did deal into Otsuka, then all right. But then as we go into all last, everybody's gonna be out to get Otsuka. Nobody's gonna be folding their hand.
Right.
Because Kihara doesn't want to be overtaken. Ohashi wants to get that third place back, so it's gonna be 3 against 1 basically going into all last.
Kihara actually is just in range where Mangan Sumo puts Otsuka ahead of him. Just under 16,000 point lead. So he's got to watch out.
That means Kihara's going to be going for probably a faster hand instead of the more expensive hand like he did in the last one.
Right. Doesn't seem like he's going to be looking to overtake Taira unless it just falls right into his lap. And it did not on this hand.
And nobody has really, really fast hands this time.
Yeah, Taira's
getting
Not bad for Otsuka either. Is he thinking of cutting 5-mon early for safety reasons? No, he's going big,
Going
full
with the half
flush.
flush.
He's not
Full
worried
flush.
about.
What did he call?
Oh, is
I
it a
can't
full
see his
flush? I
call.
think his call was honors. I'm pretty sure it was red dragon.
Okay, so it'll be half flush.
Yeah. He wants that second place, if not first. But I'm sure he's got to be worried about Ohashi overtaking him. Not much. Otsuka's still playing the slightly slower hand, though. In fact, it's actually a lot slower. Losing the 2-3, a really good Pinzu shape. Big draw for Ohashi. Might make Otsuka regret it. One away. He's cut the Sanshoku chance with the Dora. This is maybe open call? Maybe open callable?
Sanshoku Dora.
Hmm.
Not quite enough if it's open.
Yeah. What about sumo? Sanshoku Dora with the sumo?
Uh,
1,000, 500, 1,000? No, it'd still be 200 points
no,
short.
Sanshoku, I mean, the sumo,
Yeah, 500, 1,000.
yeah,
It'd just be a little
yeah,
short.
since the sumo won't add any han if it's open.
Right.
Yeah. Of course, if it's closed sumo, then it's
Yes.
more than
It's
enough.
more than enough. Doesn't even have to Riichi. But he might Riichi to go after Kihara in that case with a direct hit. Could hit the Hanemon. Hard to say. He has a chance of maybe getting a Pinfu. Of course, you can't get the Pinfu open.
Taira is out.
Taira's out. Oh, and Otsuka, it pays off for him. He makes it to Tenpai. Can it finish paying off? Big draw. Kihara does not deal in. I was a little scared. 6-mon deals in. Ohashi.
I mean, really, the only person now that can go up against Otsuka is Ohashi.
Yeah, but he played it a little more slowly as well. He played a safer tile, lost a little efficiency. Has a chance to change his weight? I don't know if it's any better though. 4-mon versus 6-mon.
Yeah.
The improvement tiles. Feels like there's more improvement tiles if you stay as is. Also, you wouldn't reveal as much about your hand. But he's thinking a lot, and that already reveals a bunch about his hand. He's gonna switch. Switch to 4-mon.
I don't see Kihara Tenpai.
Oh.
So...
Taira has already started to fold, so I don't see him turning back around either.
Yeah, the only thing that could happen is if Taira gets a couple of miracle draws and can discard only bamboos to get to Tenpai.
Kihara found his draw, but he just threw it right back, so Kihara's out as well. Kihara's not going to fight this.
And it looks like Ohashi is also out, so we will have one more turn at dealer after this.
Yep, whether Otsuka wins or whether it's a draw. I wonder if there is a world where Otsuka calls no 10, but he has to call first, so I don't think he would do that just in case Ohashi is Tenpai.
There's an... Taira actually...
Oh, Ohashi's not out. Open Sanshoku. Open Sanshoku.
Really? No, Sanshoku.
Yeah, 6, 7, 8, I think.
He discarded the dots. 6, 7, 8. He has 2 bamboo. 6, 7, 8 shapes.
So he's just gonna look to call Tenpai a draw.
Just Tenpai, yeah. Doesn't want to lose the difference with
the game being
Otsuka
this close.
But that's Tenpai for Taira, though.
Yeah, Taira made it back after all that shifting around. Oh, only a few
And Taira actually
left.
has a Yaku.
5 can still switch around, but all those Manzu, not what he wants to do. Yeah, so Taira's back out.
Folds out. Yeah.
Ooh, that's
Like
not
we
the
said,
Manzu he's looking for. Not really
he
any
did
other
deal into
options.
Otsuka once.
Yeah.
Yeah, really does not want to deal into him any more times.
And this is the last tile. So Ohashi does keep Tenpai. Oh, you're right. He called a oh, what's going on? Is there a different order? Is he thinking about not calling Tenpai? Oh, this is kind of weird. It almost feels like illegal to wait this long to think about calling Tenpai, right? Because now it's like
I've never seen,
obvious.
yeah, I've actually never seen this happen.
If he
But
doesn't
if
call it,
he,
Ohashi's gonna overtake him. Because Ohashi is Tenpai. He goes no 10! He goes no 10! Ohashi reveals the Tenpai and overtakes. Slight blunder here. Slight blunder
oh
here.
no, that's a 4,000 point swing.
Ooh. He took the gamble. Took the gamble that Ohashi was not. He didn't look Tenpai. In fact, it did tough to read Ohashi's hand.
Yeah, I mean, he did chi, so maybe he did chi really late.
It was definitely a pretty big gamble though. Gamble that does not pay off for Otsuka here. All
Wow,
serious.
I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone wait that long to decide whether to take Tenpai or not.
Yeah, it
Whether
definitely.
to declare Tenpai. I've seen them deciding whether to take Tenpai, but whether to actually declare it when you're already Tenpai. That's crazy.
Hmm.
Wow. That means that Otsuka drops into last place after that battle for third.
I mean, even if you think Ohashi's not Tenpai, if you take Tenpai and he's not Tenpai, you have like a 6,000, 7,000 point lead. If we're not playing with red fives, so I mean that's not a bad situation. You could still fall into fourth, but now you have the chance of getting second as well, maybe even first.
Yeah, the
If you have the
4,000
dealer.
point swing.
So,
Because that means you also have a 4,000 point swing with Kihara as well.
right.
And if Ohashi was Tenpai, that would still be a 3,000 point swing.
Right.
Let's see how that affected the standings. We do have one more game to go after this.
So now City Plus. We saw Kinoshita in the previous game, in Game 3. City Plus was making a real run. They started out today in 13th. They were up to 11th. And now they're up into 8th, and you can see All Serious after that game holding on to their 11 points, don't gain any. They're down into 11th place, so a tough decision from Otsuka there.
Yeah, okay, gained 2 points, but Tomozoe and AMC Dental also both gained points, so now they're all tied for 18th, and that's where you see the earned points or the raw points having an effect on the standings.
Yeah. But I think this is really only session 2. So I think the points are going to spread out a lot more as we go longer and longer. And so there's not going to be as many tiebreakers.
That's true. And you'll see, like, All Serious actually has a positive score.
Right.
But because they haven't earned the table points.
Yeah.
So the ways that could happen is they could have had, like, really tiny third places, or maybe just, like, 1 or 2 big first places that earned a lot of points, and really small third and fourth places.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can be on the table where 3 players score a ton of points, but then 1 player goes very negative. But if you come in third in these rule sets, you still only get your third place points. So you don't get reward. You don't get credit for all those points that you earned if you end up in third. Except the tiebreaker, which might matter. It might matter in the end, but as we mentioned, AMC Dental out in front now. Aoki, same amount of points, but third place by tiebreaker. And All Serious, we mentioned in that game, down in 11th. And Kokushimuso X Northland, the 4th team in that game, still in 15th, still with only 8 points. Even with Ohashi's +1 there. I mean, it's something. They got something, but they still need to go a long way. And we only need to go for today a short way. But we will go a long way from me to the USPML president, Dave.
Can I then leave you to introduce Dave and take a quick break?
Oh,
You can introduce the players while
Jen's gonna go a long way to get some water. All right.
Yeah, sorry. My drinks are going.
We all have our distances to go, right?
That's right. Well, welcome, Dave, to the stream.
Super glad to be here.
Yeah, newly crowned World Riichi Mahjong Pro as well. So Dave Pro and Jenn Pro will be commentating the next game.
Excellent, excellent. A crown. Heavy hangs the crown. We just had our World Riichi League event yesterday.
Yes.
So we had a lot of our WRPM folks duking it out here at Sparrow's Nest.
Very cool, very cool. So just like the WRPM events, there's a lot of other events that happen at Sparrow's Nest too, and not all only for pros.
Oh, for sure. No, in fact, I'm broadcasting live from Sparrow's Nest right now,
Hey.
where we're running our weekly Riichi Mahjong Learn and Play meetup for people who are decidedly not yet pros, but just want to learn the game and get a feel for how it's played.
All right, that's pretty cool. But today on stream, we do have one more set with 4 more pros. One is a repeat, of course. Tsubasa Kihara, our featured player, Aoki, our featured team for this session. He'll be back once again, reprising his role. He's the dealer again this time. Yumi Uotani, former M-Leaguer from JPML, representing Team Real Partner. We got the legendary Pajama Toria from JPML. He will be here. Whew, sorry, gotta catch my breath. He's here for Team Dohaji. And last but not least, a player also from the Sankei Shimbun Cup. We've got Maiko Kawahara from the JPML playing for the Four Seasons Memorial. Now, that being said, if we take a look at our standings again, we've got Dohaji, Real Partner, and Four Seasons. So we can see Dohaji in 10th there, Real Partner in 12th, and Four Seasons in 14th. So they all have a lot of room to make up against Aoki, our featured team, who's currently in 3rd place overall.
I was going to say, this is going to be a three people trying to bring Aoki down in this situation. Everyone's got a lot to make up. They're all going to be hungry for points.
Yeah. Considering this is the 2nd session, though, I think mostly they have to be playing more for themselves than to attack any other team right now.
Mm-hmm. That's true. The conditions aren't yet that fixed.
Yeah, they're all going to need their own points because it could be any team that they need to face coming into the playoffs at the end.
Right. Well, that's the exciting part of it, especially the beginning of one of these tournaments like this. It's just anything can happen, and everyone's really trying to scramble to get the best situation built as quickly as possible.
Yep. As we mentioned, if I just take a little time here to show the schedule while we wait for Jenn to return. Our 3rd session is the 5th and 6th of June. And then we can see in June, it's bang, 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 bang. 4 sessions in June, right? And then there's a break for July, and then August. There's one more main session before the playoffs. And then we will be hoping to bring you the Saikyosen Battle after that. But this is the schedule that we have currently. That being said, I suppose we can just get right on with the 3rd game, and Jenn will return when she's able.
We'll get started. She'll be quite hydrated when she gets back. What they say: drink your water and stay healthy.
Yep. I think Kihara needs that water as much as he can as well, because he's been going 5 games straight.
Oof.
Yeah,
Oof.
it's been mentioned that the featured team does not actually have to play the same player all 5 games, but so far for the first 2 sessions, whether scheduling or whether they've figured it was
All right.
best for the team, both of the featured teams have opted to play the same player 5 games to give them a big
Wow.
feature. So they have
I
a
think the last time
storyline
they
to build.
switched. I think last time actually they switched out 1 or 2 games, but
Oh,
yeah, it was only like 1 or 2 players.
right. Well, that being said, I'll leave this feature match to Jenn and Dave Pro.
Always a pleasure.
Hello.
Welcome back, Jen.
Thank you. I wanted to say something about the players. So Aoge is gonna try and maintain first place, but we have some really strong players. Uotani and Kawahara are both super strong. Uotani, of course, was at the final table for the Sankei Shimbun Cup finals last week. Kawahara has actually won when it was Yukon Fuji, won the whole individual race. So she's super strong. She's always on final tables, and you might have noticed that Torilla was listed as Pajama Torilla, but right here it's Y for Yukinori is his real name. But he's actually a comedian and a writer, and he goes by Pajama Torilla.
I was going to say, I
So
was thinking Pajama might be a nickname, but I wasn't
yeah.
sure.
He's actually in the same league as me in E2 in JPML, but
Oh,
yeah,
very cool.
super funny guy. Just always, even just his reactions are so funny all the time.
Oof, let's see what we've got going on here. I love me some North.
North
I always
in the
like,
North Sea as well.
yeah, I always love having an Ankova win like that because it's such a great combination of offense and defense. Here we got some shapes coming together. Kawahara, yeah, with the North, looking to see about.
Yeah. Okay. Kihara has a pretty difficult hand for his first dealership. And I know he's like on guard against these 2 really strong players.
6-7 fills quite nicely. 4-5 also
There we
comes
go.
together a little bit. Yeah, starting
Finally
to
an
get some
upgrade for
traction.
Kihara. Iwatani looks like she's going for just straight for the flush hand.
Yeah. Always a little challenge to get those overlaps, like going from 6-7 to 6-7-7. 3 doesn't really help. West doesn't really help.
Yeah, Iwatani's going for that flush, but she's still so far away with just tons of honor tiles. The thing is that there aren't that many honor tiles on the board, so she's still hoping something will pair up.
Yeah, that Haku pairs. Oh, 6 goes very nice into 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 being the Dora. So, but now it looks like we were thinking of, we're going to drop the 2-3 and look at Sanshoku maybe. And the 4s pair up over here. Is it time to get rid of one of those honors? 7, 8, 8, 9 is such an uncomfortable shape to have with that 8 Dora. Like,
Yeah.
and
But that
Otani
does
grabs that Haku.
it gets her much closer to that flush shape. I think Tortigas probably was a little bit wary of discarding something near the Dora, so opts for the further away 3 character. Of course, that's the one that lets Kawahara chi.
Yep, and gets her actually, I believe, into Tenpai on the 5-8.
Kihara did just pair up the double east tile. And that will come out of Uotani's hand if she advances.
That's a 5-8 bamboo. There we go.
Yeah, Kawahara is ready, waiting for that.
Yep. Looking for double east Dora Dora at least. So that's dealer Mongon in waiting for Kawahara. And there comes that east.
Now it's 1 away. 2 calls, but still just 1 away.
Yeah, it's pushing it, but he's the dealer. He's got value, and he probably wants to make something happen.
And Uotani wary of discarding that 6 too close to the Dora, probably for comfort.
3, 4, 5. Yeah, but now what? Ooh, ooh, we're just gonna do it.
But
Sumo.
Kawahara will draw her winner. North, just north.
Just north, nice, quick, short. But it shuts down Kihara's dealership.
You can see the points there. Of course, we were talking about, or you guys were talking about the standings, 10, 11, and 12 table points
I
for the
see.
non-Aoke teams. So they're trying to make up ground here. Tanya will take her dealership. Pretty far away, though. Not that happy of a hand as dealer.
Arab Haku's for Kawahara again. All three of the Formon. It's a little interesting when hands get kind of jammed up like that. Heavy shapes. Trim some edge tiles. East being the Dora here also. Very, very scary Dora.
One comes into Otani's hand.
It's not coming out.
She's gonna try and use that at all costs.
Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very nice. All right, we're gonna call.
So Otani going for another flush.
This hand is each on 10, but is it each on 10? I'm sorry, no, it's not. It's 2 away.
2 away, but possible Sanshoku in there. Otani's still going straight for that flush.
Straight for that flush. Well, again, it's dealer time, and sometimes that means you're gonna make the push.
Yeah, and those calls definitely put everyone else on guard against the dealer.
Yeah. Sometimes muscling forward like that will get you the space you need to really get your hand on.
Todia had just completed that 1, 2, 3 character shape. And draws another helper tile for the hand. Kihara is definitely not taking efficiency, is very much on guard against letting Otani call for any more tiles. Another completed sequence for Todia. Oh, and the completed White Dragon
Kawahara
set
gets that
for
done.
Kawahara.
Now Kawahara's Ishan 10 on a hand that can just be called and finished pretty easily, but Kihara's got that East in there. And if I'm Kihara, I'm just like very suspicious of where that East might wind up if I let it go. Especially when the dealer's called so aggressively. Ooh!
Oh, we're gonna see Kan.
What do we want to do here? That's a good question.
Kan into Tempai.
Or could hold on to it. Yeah, we'll hold on to that Kan option if we draw into Tempai. And those are also 4 very safe tiles now in case something goes bad. Tumon doesn't really help. Ooh.
That's a Dora.
Ooh.
That's a Dora,
So now we know
and the dealer that is called 2 tiles and is obviously going for a flush.
Let's take advantage of those safe tiles.
Talking about.
Yep. It's like we look from the outside now know the truth, right? That door is spread out amongst everyone, but it's really scary when you can't see them.
And this is 1 away for Kihara. Of course, the most efficient discard would be the Dora.
Would be that Dora. But do we take the step forward, or do we decide it's just not happening? And
the thing is, he'd already given up a lot of efficiency and a pretty much Tempai shape by discarding the 5 character that was stuck to the 4-4-4-5 shape. So he decides to just take a step back.
Take another step back. Yeah, I think throwing one of those fours is actually pretty clever. It is a step back, but it's not a drastic step back. He still does have a lot of way forward with that hand. 6, see you later.
Yeah, all the backfires. And Uotani, of course, just one away from ready. And if she does Tempai, we will see her discard the Dora, I believe.
And then what you'll
Mostly
see is
people
like,
are afraid of her having the Dora.
yeah,
She
as soon
doesn't
as she
see
lets
as
it
a threat.
go, it'll be really interesting because as soon as she lets it go, everyone else will be able to let theirs go to really unleash the rest of the players at the table.
Yeah. Another reason why she will probably only discard it. If she Tempai's right now, there it is.
Right there. Waiting on South and 6-pin, and now everybody knows East is okay. Their fears evaporate.
There goes out of Kawahara's hand. And she also just picked up a 3-sided weight.
There it goes, yeah.
There
Everyone's now
goes
done
out
worrying
of
about that.
Kihara's hand. And now for Torilla, it's just a completely safe tile. And there goes out of Torilla's hand.
Yep. So now everyone else is now free to advance.
It's a more efficient shape. She's already discarded the 1 bamboo, so the 6 bamboo is most efficient, but she will just lock in the 3-character pair and keep that 3-sided weight, even though it might be Furi 10.
Shifting from the 6 south weight to the 5-8 weight.
Yeah.
Tempai.
Picks up a pair of red dragons for Tempai. Does not reach. Too
It's
wary
pretty late in the game.
of the dealer. Kawahara, 1 turn earlier that South would have dealt in. Does not now, but she's still scared to discard it. Maybe we'll see her discard it if she Tempais.
Whoa.
Red dragon pair.
Tempai instead. You can still just nicely discard a 2-soda Dama this Dama on the 2-5 and just chill out. Again, it's real late in the game. Probably not worth reaching if you don't think you're going to get it, but points at the end if you're Tempai.
I mean, more than being late in the game is the risk of drawing something that deals into Uotani.
Yeah. Yeah. So wanting to retain that control, because again, those tunes are also very, very safe if you decide it's time to get the heck out.
And are safe. The 2 bamboo that I discarded earlier is also safe.
Wee. Every tile but the one you want.
And that's a sumo.
A gentle
Torilla.
sumo for Torilla. A nice gentle Menzen sumo chun.
Just 2,000 points. 500 from the non-dealers, 1,000 from the dealer. And we'll move right along to the South 3.
Carefully crafted.
And these are those baby scores that we were talking about. Yes, there's so many really close games. Really, everybody's staying really close to 30,000, just trying to earn those table points and not taking big risks for big hands. Torilla's hand is actually looking really good as the dealer, just a couple away from Tempai. Kawahara is a little bit slower, but she does have a pair of her seat wind. I don't know how she does that every time.
It's good luck. It's good luck. Oh, I see a potential Itsu over here.
Oh yeah, potential Sanchoku 2, 3, 4.
Which right.
This pairs up for Kihara. That's his seat wind. So we have a lot of choices for really like quick calling hands. But Kawahara will not discard that west so easily. It's not out on the board yet, but also a lot of people keep the west as safe tile because it's generally safer than other honor tiles.
Really?
It's only going to be value for 1 player.
Mm-hmm. So
And the dragons are, yeah.
West and North, I guess, fall into the same bucket then.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So South is often going to be a double. I mean, for half the
Yeah.
game, it's going to be a double win, and East is always a value tell for the dealer, so
Right.
that's going to cost more than if the West player phones their West.
You got a lot of pairs here, which is interesting. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 9.
Another thing, we had the first World Reach Professional Mahjong seminar yesterday with Fujisaki Pro, the ninja.
Aha.
An important point that he mentioned is that one reason why you feel like honors are a little bit safer than, for example, nines to discard against reaches is there's no way that an honor can deal into a pinfu hand. And pinfu, of course, is the bread and butter of Reach Mahjong. So even though it might deal into hands, it's never going to deal into a pinfu. So if you have a strong suspicion that the player that's Reach has a pinfu-like hand, then the honors are going to be slightly safer, even if there's none out of that particular honor. And especially if it's one of those wins that has no value, like West or North.
Right. No, that makes sense. Because yeah, I feel like a dragon, you have that risk of like, well, if it's 3 of a dragon, that's a point anyway. But West and North will be a bit of a tricky weight, but not a power weight.
Kawaru will pull in her double south. And she will keep the perfect Ishanten, the perfect one-away shape. It means anything that she tempais with will have an open-ended weight.
Very nice. We got 7, 8. We got 6, 7, 7. We're trying to finish it up here for Otani. Toria is ditching the 9-mon pair. Maybe looking for all simples or something that could give a little more speed.
I think shifting to the all simples hand. Started out with a really good-looking hand, but ended up not being the fastest by any means. And Otani will reach.
Good shape. We got Reach Pin Fedora on deck.
And here Toria still has a shot at that 2-3-4 Sanshoku shape, but has to go up against the Reach. And we know he's marking Otani as a really strong player. And deals in. Ippatsu, Reach, Ippatsu, Pinfu, 1 Dora.
1,
I
2,
think.
3, 4, and 30.
That's not Dora, sorry. Reach, Ippatsu, Pinfu.
No, that was Dora.
That was 1 Dora, okay.
Yeah, no Ura, but normal Dora.
Okay, I thought I read it wrong. But I was reading it wrong as it looked like a 9 to me, but it was a 6, and I forgot she had the 7.
All right, that manga in hand will launch Uotani into first place at this table with 36,700 points.
That's a pretty nice lead when we see that like players like Toria are playing really conservatively in this game.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those things that's going to start pushing people to be a little bit less conservative, right? People start out there going for small hits, small hands, get it done quick. But now that one player has pushed forward, other people have to think about catching up.
Everyone still does have 1 dealer turn left, so if we see conservative play, this might be the last hand that we see it in.
True. A little bit of time. And we have some pretty interesting hands here. Looks like we're heading towards a, well, we got a 1, 2, 3 shape in there, but that looks like heading towards a man flush. The amount of power tiles distributed here are pretty interesting.
All right, I have a question for Dave.
Uh-oh.
Have you set up the TV in Sparrow's Nest so people can be watching this while they're...
We are currently showing it on TV here.
Awesome.
Yes, and we're going to be doing more later. We're going to be doing more later. We have a lot of really interesting future plans for Sparrow's Nest, and I'm going to be able to talk more about post WRC 2025. But let me just say, if you and Garth are coming back for Comic-Con, you might find yourself in a whole new place.
Oh, wow. Would be awesome to go. But I
Thinking
think
about
everybody has to
this.
get through WRC first.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's survive that first. It's gonna be a big event. You got the 5-6 two-sided shape. It's better than the 7-9 closed shapes, but we're gonna throw out the 6-so instead, which is completely disconnected. And that's gonna get called.
Yeah, completely disconnected, but not completely because with the 2-3-3-4 shape, it is true that you can still use the 4 and the 5.
Hmm.
But the thing is that the 5 gives you a 3-sided weight instead of just an
2, 3,
open-ended
4, 5,
weight
6.
if you
Yeah.
if you keep the 6. So there is argument to keep it there, but
That 2 is gonna get called also. It looks like Uotani is trying to make the elusive Toy Toy.
and by waiting for the red dragon, which will of course make that Toy Toy worth more.
Or the 6-pin.
Toy Toy, the all pairs hand, or all triples hand, I mean.
Yeah, and our red dragons are actually paired up by another player, which means it's unlikely they're gonna come out at this point.
Tips muttering the chat saying maybe that Tortilla should have worn pajamas for more power. He's of course wearing his Dohaji uniform today.
That's true though. Clothes. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty nice. Clothes can help. Ooh. Triple up that 8. Now we have the 9. Are we gonna? No, we're not gonna see Uotani get hype and con the 9. But now we see a reach come out.
Yeah, Kihara tripled up his seat wind to the south and reaches insta reach.
Insta reach. Ooh, we're gonna throw that west. So Kawahara's gonna be thinking about it. This reaches a chun and 6-mon weight. And that chun's gonna be held onto by Uotani. So now I see those chuns as just sitting there. But we'll see what happens with the 6-mon. The 6-mon's paired up elsewhere as well. So unfortunately, Kihara's weights are all occupied.
So the question is the 6 dot. There's one 6 dot on the board. It is right next to the Dora, so it's very unlikely to come out, even though it is Genbutsu to the reach.
There's another one in a
So,
hand. The
yeah,
other
it's
one
right
is
there, the
in
last one.
Toriya's hand. So everyone's weights are actually all jammed up. And short of something
Yes,
weird happening.
Yeah, the only question is if Tortilla decides to fold and gets stuck and discards the 6 dot as a Genbutsu to the reach. It's
Which is not
possible.
impossible.
No, not impossible. And especially here, if he ends up pairing up the Dora, then we will definitely see that 6 come out. It's just if
Yeah.
this 8 will come out for nope, folds. Folds.
Folds.
So
Folds.
now we will not see it.
Sometimes it's the right decision. Just see you later. Oh, there goes Dora. Wow.
And I think we'll see Tortilla
Uotani.
discard Dora with it.
Uotani with no
fold
hesitation on that.
Yeah, she's ready and she's going for it. But also it's Genbutsu to the reach, so.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, if it wasn't Genbutsu, I guess we still might have seen it. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yep, we're just sticking with safe tiles. As much as it makes me sad sometimes when my hand is like, but I want to live. It's usually better to fold when it's time to fold. Another door. Oh, God.
And
Nope.
yeah, we will, well, as we just putter through the end of this hand, there will be another seminar, World Reach seminar, it will be on the 25th of May, US time.
Yes.
really middle of the night for the Europeans, but it will be evening time on Sunday night for the US. It'll be Fujisaki again, and I'll be interpreting. You are able to join for a small fee, even if you're not a World Reach Pro. But if you want to become one, or you just want some, extra study time, some extra instruction, go ahead and join the WRC Discord for more information. And that link, I believe, is in the description. In the video
it's gonna be at
description.
9:30
Oh, it's
p.m.
not.
Eastern.
It's not in the description, but we will post it somewhere in the chat or
Make sure to get it to
description.
you.
It's in other descriptions of other videos, so if you click on some of other streams, you can definitely find
It's
that
around.
link.
Pair of Haku for Kihara the dealer with Haku as a Dora. All right. Well, this hand's already pretty well put together. Oh man. Look at that. Kihara's off to quite the start.
And two players were Tenpai, but the dealer was not Tenpai, so the dealer changed to Kihara and took us into the south round. In case you missed it, because we didn't say it.
We didn't mention it. Pair of North for Toria. Already has 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. 5, 6 comes together for Kawahara. Our dealer rejects East. It's a silly tile.
Silly.
Yeah, we don't see that as happening. It looks like Toria might be contemplating a flush here. At least hedging it. Okay, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, better than 1, 3. Oh, now might be time to think about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. We're actually Ishan 10 up potential Itsu, or even Pinfu Itsu, if everything goes well. Seven. Closer to Tanya there. Oh, we pair up the south, and now we're going to go for maybe even flush into Itsu, which could be real cool. Looks like Uotani's got some options. Pair up the 6, drop the south to be called. The south gets called by Toria, who's going to start making that 3-6 weight. So now it's Tenpai on south, flush, possible Itsu.
And that is one away for...
Well, that finishes the 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, it's too many blocks. So decides to keep the Ryankan, the double gutty shape. If you can say
Yeah.
swappy doppy, I can say double gutty.
Yeah, keep that 2, 4, 6, because that gets filled with either the 3 or the 5. And that does get filled, and we slam it for dealer, which is either going to be reach door 2 if one with the 8 so, or reach Haku door 3 if one with the Haku. But the other 2 8 so's are all taken up right now. 1, 2, 3 is also filled in. Yeah. Now the problem is the extra tiles here are the north and the Haku. So we actually throw the 3. We're nervous. We're worried about this. We don't like it.
Kawahara always has really strong reads. That helps you get to all these final tables.
We don't mind the Chun. But we really just don't want to get rid of this north or this Haku right now. So it looks like we're out of the running from Kawahara, just taking the steps back. Oh, this hand also wants to live. But Otani says, nah, it's a little scary out there. I'm going to stay out of it.
And that will deal in. That is the more expensive side. Hoitsu with a full straight.
To Itsu.
And the south. So that makes it Mangan instead of just the 3,900 that the 3 so would have been.
big hand for Toria, pulling Kihara down to only 20k. So right now Kihara's in less. This is to some degree the ideal outcome for the other three, right? Aoki getting the least possible points at the moment. We still have a lot of game to go. We got 3 more hands, and Kihara is no slouch. So now Kihara is going to be looking to make up that gap.
Yeah, he's going to be at least trying to get into third place. This is the sort of situation where that last avoidance skill can come in handy.
Oh man, Toria has most of Minitsu already there. Kawahara has a lot of pairs, including a pair of Chun. South is the door this time around. That east not so exciting. Another pin. Are we just going to do it? We're going to hedge still. 7-7 fills out to 7-8. What are we seeing? 4-5 is a pretty good shape. 4-5 still a good shape. We'll get rid of that Chun. Not called by Kawahara, actually. Letting the first Chun go by.
Watani's hand is not really progressing very well. Not ideal for the dealership. Toria trying to decide whether to go for more efficiency or to keep the full straight dream alive. Keeps the full straight dream alive, but loses the pair of the hand if he's going to use that full straight.
Just challenge for Toria is it like throwing that 5-mon is going to let everyone know something's going on over there.
True. Is that necessarily a bad thing is another thing to think about.
That's true. Pushing other people off by having them be scared could be pretty cool. Fills in for the 1-2-3. Do we do 1-2-3 Sanshoku? It looks like we're at least considering it. 4-5-6 completes. No, 5-pin just doesn't help.
Progressing slowly. Slowly but surely.
Yeah, everyone's having a little bit of a tough time. Here's Uotani, a little stuck with that south in there too.
Yeah, gains a little bit more efficiency with the 2-4-6 shape rather than the 4-6, but of course she's looking at the 4-5-6 mixed sequence, the Sanshoku hand, so not necessarily that happy. This is Tenpai with
Frustrating. The
Kihara.
wrong side.
Yeah, waiting for the 8 character. And that fills in to get Uotani closer to that 4-5-6 shape we were talking about.
Oh, there's a great fill for the Itsu potential.
So, but again, he discarded his pair.
Yeah,
So
I'm not sure.
If he had a pair, he would be Tenpai with it right now. It's that 5 character was holding him back.
6 has to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure if...
9 has to go. 7, 8, 9. There we
that's
go.
A completed full straight. Tenpai waiting for the 9 bamboo, looking to change that for a possible maybe Pinfu or even a Dora Tonki weight.
Ah, now we got the upgrade, and now we slam it.
There's
So now we have
150.
Sanshoku.
Lead Sanshoku.
If
No Dora right
only.
now, but there could be an Ura. Oh, would have been... Now he's Furiten, waiting for the 1-4-7.
Just hoping to sumo that. This is Tenpai as well, but do we want to throw the south? No, we do not. We're going to hold out and hope.
Yeah, the thing is, when you don't see any, then you can even be happy with the Dora Tonki weight. Maybe not ecstatic, but happy enough. Otani thinking here, she is a dealer, so she doesn't want to give up easily, but she is also in first place and decides to give up and let it go. Toriya, the woulda, coulda, shoulda hand.
Yeah, it's a little rough.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda have with those west pairs or with that 7 dot discard.
A little rough. Missing out on that Itsu. Looks like Uotani's just decided to be backing out of this.
Oh.
Now the 9 is a slightly more appealing weight. Because this
only
gets
because it's
you...
not for E10 though, because there's 2 9s on the board already, so the Itsu is dead now.
The Itsu's dead, but Pinfu's back at least. So
Very
no
true.
longer 30-10, back into Pinfu, that's something.
That is something. It is definitely not nothing.
Oh, well, there's the 7.
Yeah, I couldn't have won on it anyway though, so happy with that change. North is all right.
North would have been a pretty good weight.
Looks like so. This hand is Uotani is definitely not going to continue her dealership. This hand is definitely going to go into South 3. The question is, does it go with 1 player, 2 players Tenpai, or does it go with Kihara winning his hand?
This is a big question for Kawahara. Is it time to be brave or no? No one wants to do it. No one wants to throw that south. I don't blame him, but no one wants to do it.
Hero.
You don't, and again, you can't see any of them. Ooh. All these opportunities for a good weight, but it really seems like Toriya is just going to end up holding Tenpai.
And that's good enough for Toriya. That will get him into his dealership that much closer with 3,000 point swing with Uotani. So very close to first place.
A 9-mon. Is that the weight we've been waiting for? Well, it's a weight we'll take for now. It's a weight we can win on. And yeah, it might not be worth.
Denying Tenpai with not gonna.
Oh,
pair up.
pairs up south.
And that's sumo for Toriya.
Another gentle sumo for Toriya. That's Menzen Sumoitsu for 3-han.
Is that the Haite maybe? Looks like 2,000,
Was it Haite?
4,000. Yeah.
Yes, Haite. Some magic there for Toriya.
His expression is always funny.
He's a little surprised by it. It's like, oh, well, guess it's Haite. Guess that's what's going on. Man, great luck for Toriya pulling them into first place, 41-5. Uotani in second, 34-2. Kawahara, 27-1, but Kihara's now way down at 17-2. 10,000 points to make it to third. And 17,100 to make it to second. It's going to be a little rough.
I'm gonna applaud the players for making me incorrect. I was correct about, of course, we'll go into South 3 in the next hand, but I did not see Toriya winning that hand.
Yeah, it was very, I feel like it's the second time Toriya's kind of like not tried to muscle the hand forward and had it kind of come to them instead.
Yeah, and it's worked out here on screen. I don't know how it is as a long-term strategy. There might be some room for a little bit more aggression. Like, for example, the last hand discarding the 5 character a bit earlier and holding on to the west, something like that, possibly.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting challenge that relies a lot on the players you are surrounded by and how they're going to behave. The Haku gets called by Toriya this time. All right, Toriya's on the go. Looks like as a dealer, Toriya has decided there's no room for hesitation. Let's just win. Start a rampage if we can.
Interesting for Kihara is getting closer to the 2-3-4 Sanshoku shape.
Toriya's going to grab that 8.
Funny, yeah, we'll call. White dragon with 1 door right now for Uotani's hand and 1 away from ready. Oh wait, no, for Tortia's hand. Sorry.
Tortia's
Not
hand, sorry.
Yeah, I was. I don't know.
How
Where
is thinking about what they want to do here? A few things you can cut, but we're just going to ditch that two so. Seven pair up. You start out for Tortia. Fremon could go. The Fremon we're thinking. Seven's gonna go. Okay.
Yeah, locks in that pair. Of course, the souls the bamboos can be used for 2 blocks. Either with the 5-8 draw or with the 4-7.
All right, switch up for Tortia to the 6-9 Mon. Wait.
Not a 4-7, sorry. 5-8 or a 7.
2, 3, 3, 4. Ormon gives pause to Uotani.
Uotani still feeling really far away. Hedges the Sanshoku and all pairs hand. But Tortia is Tempai, waiting for a 6-9 character, I believe.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, that's
Tripling up
another
the
block.
ones. Okay.
I'm gonna lock in the pair and try and use efficiency in the rest of the hand.
Queen comes out, which might have been what was holding Uotani back a bit. So maybe now. Yep, we're free and fill in that 6-7-8.
It's also created a double open-ended way. And there's that block that we're talking about for Kawahara's hand. She draws the 8. So 2 blocks in the bamboos. And she avoids dealing in anything next to the Dora as well. Or dealing out, discarding anything next to the Dora. Uotani maintaining that 4-6-7-7-8 shape like we were talking about before. It's 2 open-endeds, but also if she draws the 5, it'll be a 3-sided weight. And that will deal into
9.
Tortia.
Deals into Tortia for... What is that? That's just Taku. Simple hand. 1500.
No, there's a Dora. Oh, there wasn't.
Is that right?
Wasn't there a Dora? I think
Nope.
there was a Dora. No Dora.
Dora was 6, so no Dora. Quick and easy for Tortia. Pulls his lead a little bit forward. I think Tortia's strategy right now is just put pressure on the other players to keep going.
Yeah, that was the most aggressive we've seen him so far all game.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
And Kihara kind of falling into the abyss.
Yeah, that's a rough one. I mean, it's only 1,500 points, so it's not devastating, but it's the beginning of that situation where it's like, for Kihara to make it forward, Kihara is going to have to push. And when you have to push, you run the risk of being the one to trigger the trap, you know?
Yeah, it does. That 1,500 points does move him out of Mongon range from 3rd place. Of course, in all last, Kawahara will be the dealer, so if the points stay relatively what they are now, he will be within Mongon Sumo range, but before that 1,500, he was in Mongon Sumo range of Kawahara, even when she's not dealer.
So Kihara's going to have a lot of pressure to get something done here.
Yeah,
especially this hand.
This hand.
Yeah, to set up for that last hand. It's got a lot of tiles. That's one of my very John Madden-y observations I can make. Sure has a lot of tiles. But you see that 5, 6, 6, 8, 8, 9, 9. Like there's a lot over there, a lot of pairs and a lot in the pin suit, and it looks like we might be getting pairsy here, especially also with that one Dora.
Look at all these tiles on the table. I think I count 136.
So many tiles. Here we got 4 of the 6 Mon. What do we do? Do we want to con it? Do we just hang out? We're going to hang out with them and see if we can use them in some exciting way later. There's a lot of power, especially with a middle tile like that 6 Mon. If you know where they all are and no one else does, people are just going to be waiting for it forever. And so the longer you can go without revealing it, 789 Sanshoku. Sorry, I just switched tracks right there, but 789 Sanshoku becomes a possibility with that hand now for Kihara. Ooh.
All right, that's 6 to the 6, and also 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku possibility. So he will not
Yeah.
con. Good decision. Kawahara looking at that 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku shape.
Ooh. So
Or
many pairs. We're
and
pairs
gives
in.
up on any option of Sanshoku by discarding the 7 bamboo.
Yes. But allows for a lot of ways to use that door. Well, not even a lot, but it's just 7 pairs is a great way to make sure that door works in without having to draw it and call it.
5 characters sticks to Uotani's 7 character, and she's like, okay, not that one.
I think I wanted one of these.
Something?
It's 4. Okay, we're going to drop the 7, hold the 4. Ooh.
Yeah, this guy's a 6. Gonna basically locking in the 6 character as the pair and looking at
Yeah.
either 5, 6, 7 or 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku by keeping both the 5 and the 8 in the characters.
Well, there's a third 4
That's
and
Tenpai.
Tenpai, and Uotani opts for a careful Tenpai, waiting on only the 6, if I was reading that right.
Yep, only waiting for the 6.
Oh, but we know where all of those are.
6 character.
Not quite pairs time for Kihara. Kihara's entered the stressful part of the 7 pairs dance, where all you can do is hope. Remon comes out.
6 characters definitely not coming out. But Uotani has not reached, so she can upgrade her weight.
Yeah. There's a 4-mon. Yeah, I think Uotani knows this hand isn't going to get them into first, so it's fine to just hang out and win it if that happens, but like not commit to it, especially because committing to it leaves you defenseless.
Yeah, she wants to stay within Mangon range if the dealership moves to Kawahara. It would be nice to just kind of end Toria's dealership, but she doesn't need to take a risk to try and push that.
Now we get 3 of a kind. We don't even want that. No, no, no. Poor Kihara
It's
trying
just
so
one
hard.
away.
Now this 8 gets us to a 2-sided weight, which we will take, waiting on the 6 or the 9. So now Uotani slams it. And now everybody's got to worry.
I don't see any 9s on the board, actually.
Here's a
There's
9
one in
off.
Kawahara's hand, and 2 in
2 over here.
Kihara's hand. So there's one more
Oh, man.
actually in the wall.
2 8-pins discarded, missing a chance at the old Kansai Chitoi. Throwing the 5-mon.
Yeah, locks in a 6 character as the triple since he has a pair now on the edge there in the. I think that was the bamboos. Yeah, the bamboos. 5 bamboo can be the pair. Just one away from ready for Tortilla.
Yes.
Looking for another quiet win as dealer.
It's hoping. Tori also is having a little bit of trouble getting that hand completed. And there's our
That's
Chitoi. We're
Tenpai.
ready. And we're going to slam this for Kihara. This is a rough play because you can see 2 of that door out on the table. There's only 1 left in all the world for them.
Yeah, but I mean, if Uotani draws it, she'll have to discard it, and other players may say, well, Uotani's a scarier player than Kihara, so
Maybe.
if I don't have any safe tiles, maybe I can discard that Dora.
And Korea takes a
Toria.
Tenpai as well. Which means you might well get a repeat.
Yeah, if you believe in patterns, then he will definitely draw his winning tile. But there's no more 4 dots left, so probably will not. It's very unlikely.
I was going to say, if he does at that point, something very interesting is going. Toria actually breaks Tempai over the Forso.
Yeah, no more draws left. So that was the penultimate draw. Kawahara, of course,
Interesting.
having the last draw. So we'll go to all last with 2 players, Tempai. And Toria maintains the lead by not dealing in.
Yep. And since Uotani was in reach, it's really only a 500-point gain for Uotani out of this, so it's not that much of a gap closer. But they're still pretty close for the last round. South 4, Kawahara's deal.
Yeah, Kihara, of course, also had a reach stick on the table, so that's 2,000 points up for grabs. Plus 2 continuances to the winner of this hand.
So those 2,000 points on the table does mean that any Mangan for Kihara gets them into 3rd place.
Close enough to Kawahara that he doesn't even have to tsumo it.
Yeah. Which is an exciting situation.
For Kihara. Looking for probably a... I mean, he has a double south pair in there as well.
So yeah, Hot's
So-
double south is at least 3.
With also a Dora, I think, in the hand there. So it doesn't even need the flush that it looks like it's kind of... no Dora, but Dora acceptance.
Yeah.
And with the flush, then that will
With the
definitely
flush,
be a
yeah.
Mangan hand.
Could even be Hane if you get the flush in there, right? Hot's double south, flush, Dora would be Haneman for Kihara.
Yeah. And he does have that Dora acceptance. Oh, it's triple up for the north.
Ooh. Looking to get this done quickly.
The thing is, we've seen these players be really cautious about discarding value tiles.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it any kind of given that some of these tiles are going to come out, especially not that south. Got the 1, 2, 3 finished over here. We have Tempai actually for Toria, but not a very good Tempai, so maybe we take it and hope to improve. It's a close Tempai on the 8.
Yeah, looking for another one of those quiet wins. I'll just quietly be Tempai over here. Don't mind me.
Kawahara has just consumed every high value pin tile or high pin tile. 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we try to extend? Do we look to see what we can do? No, we just move over to 4, 5, 6. More pin tiles for Kawahara. I mean,
Get rid of
maybe
the 9 bamboo and shift towards a Tanyao-ish hand. Possibly a flush, and that's what she'll do.
looks so sad. She should be happy. It's all going so well. 7 bamboo, not a help here. Now, north is a risky tile in general. Yeah, we're going to keep getting rid of those bamboos.
Yeah, this follows the pattern, like we said, of being cautious about discarding honor tiles. Definitely a lot of squeezing going on in this table.
Kihara needs that south is the thing. So even though they keep advancing, which is very good, they need to find a way to make sure they win on that south.
Yeah, Kihara, yeah.
Yeah, otherwise they're not going to get the points they need. Oh, man. Kawahara keeps getting extensions of the wrong sets.
Oh, this is Toria.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Toria, sorry.
Yep.
Kawahara keeps
Kawahara
drawing
gets
pin tiles like
extensions.
nobody's business.
Now she
And out
released
comes that north.
the north.
So interestingly, Kihara does not call the north.
Well, it's
Now,
already a triple, so no con.
I know.
But, yeah.
I'm like, well, it's one of these things. There's like, would I con? Maybe. Maybe. In last place with a desperate need to make something happen here, I'd call it a maybe. 5 pin comes out. Toria does not touch it. Toria does not feel like it's... Okay. Looks like Toria has gotten the tempai they want. And here is the South. Uotani with the South decides to go around and not have to risk it. Toria has a nice Pinfu 3-6 weight. And here is tempai for Kawahara, who just takes it. 3-4-5 Sanshoku sitting here for Toria. The 6th bamboo. A reach just come out. What do you do? What do you do? You just discard it and let it be. It's a 1-pin 4-win weight for Kawahara. But now everybody's going to be spooked. He's a 6-mon. No, we're going to go around. Okay. We're keeping Pinfu. We're ditching Sanshoku for Toria. Kawahara has everybody worried.
Kihara just cannot get to that tempai. Yeah, so close.
Yeah. Oh, and a sumo.
And
Sumo for
sumo.
Kawahara. Now
HP
that's
for sumo Ipeiko.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 and 20.
600 all.
And that's real bad news for Kihara. Great news for Kawahara, who moves up into 2nd place. Terrible news for Kihara, who's now just way out. Their nearest competition just shot upwards. And now Kihara is 18,600 out of 3rd place. Oof. Kihara starts with all 3 of the Souths this time. Almost tauntingly. While Toria has all 3 Wests. What's going on here? Five, 6-pin comes together. Kihara, 5, 6-pin comes together for Watani. Iman, 1-mon does not help Toria very much at all. Kawahara cuts the Haku. All four Souths for Kihara.
That is his double wind as well.
Dear
Of course,
Lord.
Mongan, yeah, no longer gets him into 3rd place though, so he needs something much bigger than that. There's not really much reason to just win for a 4th place. There's a little
Yeah.
bit with the raw points because as we saw all the teams that had 18 points, of all the teams that had 18 points, Aoke was in last place with only 22. So it's not completely meaningless to just win a hand and not, stop the bleeding, but definitely wants to try and get something bigger than Mongan if possible.
It's a 4, so 4, 5, 6 is complete. Maybe get rid of that 8-pin. We're going to get rid of the 9-pin. Eight bamboo comes out. 2 fills a 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I'm betting that Kihara's plan is to get Tenpai, do the con, and hope that rattles up some Dora and Uradora for him. This 1-mon Maybe take 1, 3, 3, 4, 5. Get rid of that 8 bamboo, I bet. That's what I'd be doing. No, get rid of the detached 8 pin. Okay. Heard green dragon out. That's a little rough. 2, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. We'll keep those shapes. Nine mon out. 1 pin out. Eight bamboo can't be held. Dora East comes in. Chun goes out. We're gonna hang out with that. Oof. Yeah, it's tough. Dora East just showing up. I feel like this happened a lot this game. Is Dora, power tile Dora, like East, just showing up when people least expect it, at least want it.
And when they
Now,
at least want it. Now there's a con. Gonna try and build that
interesting.
value with extra
Oh,
Dora.
and gets extra Dora with that 1 bamboo.
Yeah.
So now we have double South Dora 2. So we have at least a Mangan. And with a little
Dora
bit more, we
2,
can get the
but
Honeymoon.
yeah, the problem with the Dora 2 is that it makes this hand 2 away from ready instead of just 1 away.
Mm.
If you want it to be 1 away from ready, he's gonna have to discard the 1 bamboo. So that's kind of a rough spot for that. There's still a little bit of time to do that, but
Yeah. It's still an uphill climb. Ooh, tripled up that 2, and now the East Dora comes out. Now that we seem to be comfortable that it's not going to be instant death.
also the thing with Kiara's hand is it's such a difficult shape to get Tempai without calling. It's actually a pretty good shape to get Tempai with calling, but that wouldn't be enough points for him. He really needs to reach and try and get those Uradora.
2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7. How do we want to extend this shape? It's a tough one. Okay, we're going to get rid of that 4 bamboo. Three, 3, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And we'll slam this, actually. This is a 3, 6, 7 mon weight. And it looks like Toria is going to get out of here with some West. We're just not going to deal with it. And there's a weight. I believe that's a Tempai as well for Kawahara. Ihara throws the 1 bamboo, which is unfortunate, but a way to get out of here.
Another win
And a
for
sumo.
Kawahara.
Kawahara takes sumo again.
1,000 from each player. I think it was probably 700, yeah, and with the continuance, 800.
That pulls Kawahara up into first. Pulls Kihara down even further, which is unfortunate. And we keep going.
Yep, there is no ending the game when you're a dealer just because you win the last hand.
Nope, nope, nope. You play until you don't win, just like every other deal. All right, we got a pair of tunes for Uotani. We got a pair of Souths for Toria. And I bet these players are starting to think maybe they should just get this done and stop this game before Kawahara keeps running away with it.
Yep, pulling for Toriya.
Yeah.
And the thing is, there's 4 continuances right now.
So that means even a single one-han win.
Yeah, it's a 1,500 point difference between Toriya and Kawahara, but that's all made up for by just winning the hand and the continuances.
All right.
Actually, a very callable hand for Toriya. Not the best shapes in the world, but a very callable hand for Uotani too. Although she doesn't have to really worry about maintaining 3rd place, so she's going to want to try and go for value to up her hand, go up to 2nd or 1st place.
Yeah, Uotani can kind of only go forward at this point.
Kawahara, there's always the option of ending in no 10 as dealer. Kawahara doesn't really want to take that option because if Toriya is Tenpai and she's not, then she'll drop down into 2nd place. Uotani kind of looks like maybe a all pairs hand. Kawahara kind of looks like maybe an all pairs hand, but denies it, discarding the 1 dot.
This is a great shape here. We just need that. For Uotani, you got Chundora 1, but that's still only 2. We want a little more.
I mean, she could end up with all pairs Dora.
That'd be a pretty good win.
One away for every Tenpai scenario that she has. She's just 1 away.
Out comes the South. And that gets grabbed by Toriya. And now the question is, do we... We do. We go for the 1-so 7-pin weight. Probably hoping that 1-so is what comes out.
Well, the 1-so is not a bad weight. Oh, especially with this pawn here.
Now comes
but there's
Chun.
only 1 left. There's only 1 left, so probably what he's also thinking about is the 7-7 shape can be upgraded to open-ended, while the 1-2 shape cannot. And that is Tenpai for, like we said, Chitoi Dora Dora. She needs to win on the Dora, Uotani. But that would be enough to get her up into 1st place if she draws it.
And I believe this has to be sumo. Non-sumo Chitoi Dora Dora is 450, which is
6,400.
64. Yeah, not quite enough.
So even with the continuances, that'd be 7,600. And even with her reach stick back, 8,600. That'd just be 37.4, so it wouldn't even be enough really for 2nd place. But she will win on it anyway. Looking for Uradora, it does not hit it.
However, I think that's still a good deal. Oh no, Katalov Kihara. I looked away for half a second. It does pull her up to 2nd place, down by 100. So close. So close, but you take what you can get there. So Kawahara gets 1st place for +3 table points. Uotani 2nd place +2 table points. Toriya 3rd place +1 table points. And Aoki and Kihara kept down in 4th place for +0 table points. In terms of standings, this is kind of the optimal situation for everyone but Aoki. And it's going to pull the match a little bit closer.
Or yeah, maybe, I don't know if you maybe thinking I could have been a little bit more aggressive in there, and because he was in 1st place, he kind of stumbled his way into 1st place and then wasn't able to maintain it.
So you have a table full of really strong players. You know they're doing smart stuff. And I think Toriya, I feel like Toriya got a lot of mileage out of having that kind of like I'm not even going to call it passive. I feel like passive is viewed as a negative. I feel like he was playing this very like ready to adjust and react sort of style, not locking in, not slamming things, and kind of just being like, okay, let's see what happens, but I'll take the tempi. And then it paid off for him quite, a good amount. But you're kind of right that there were times where it's like, had he taken that step forward and really pushed it, he would have gotten value out of it.
I mean, I just wonder if, he's in the same league as me, so it's possible that there's a little bit of an intimidation factor as well. Kawahara and Uotani are really... I mean, I know I've said it. I said it a couple times, but they are really intimidating to play against. So I don't know if that was a factor or not, but it would have been if I were at the table.
It's possible, but I mean, overall, I think like there's always that question of, am I taking it a step too far? Am I pushing a step too hard? And you know what I find really interesting is it's very possible he's, I don't know him personally. It's very possible what he's doing a little bit is correcting from situations where he did push too far, he did push too hard, and got bit for it. And so that's kind of, I guess, how we develop as players, as we experiment with those different ways of playing, those different ways of reacting to the game around us.
True. All right, let's take a look at the standings, see if Aoki held their position. Tomozoe, Shoten, and AMC Dental were ahead of them, and Tomozoe Shoten did earn 1 point, but AMC Dental also got last place, it appears.
So Aoki stays up there in third.
Yeah, but now with the negative points, that was a big last place for them. AMC Dental did not have such a big last place. Looks like a very tiny last place. I think I actually have the team result. I can just take a look and tell you. AMC... Wait a second. Wait a tick.
Yeah, and they're also in a little bit of trouble because everyone behind them, Little and DD Studio, who have yet to play their 10th game, if they get even 1 table point, they'll be ahead by earned points. So Aoki is in a little bit of a precarious position now.
Yeah, AMC Dental did have 0 points, but they were only minus 9.8. While Aoki was minus 26.6, so that's a massive difference. AMC Dental playing the baby point game. But Aoki, of course, Kihara was kind of forced into trying to go for bigger hands and ended up losing more points on the way.
And we have Four Seasons and Real Partner both moved up a little bit, and are hanging out at 13 winning points.
Yep, Uotani earned 2 points for a Real Partner, so went from 11 to 13 points. Of course, Dohaji had 12 and went up to 13. But as far as total points go, since Real Partner has a lower negative, they will be above Dohaji. So Dohaji is the team that Toriya is on, and Real Partner is the team that Uotani is on. Four Seasons, of course, was Kawahara. She only had 10, so they all earned exactly the number of points that they needed to tie for 13 points. They all started at 10, 11, and 12 points. Yeah. And they kept Aoki from expanding their lead, because 5 points to third place, or to second place even, is way less daunting than 8 points. You notice like some of the teams did not play
it looks like All Serious, Alban, Little and DD Studio have not yet played their 10th game.
I think that they did actually play, but maybe their games were not finished when this chart was made and put on the Japanese broadcast, and we're copying it from that to avoid any mistakes. So we'll have their totals before the next broadcast, which is next month. Next month we're going to have, this is our last broadcast game for this month, but we're going to have a special broadcast with a special announcement to wrap up the Sankei Shimbun Cup on Thursday this week, on the 22nd.
Awesome.
So I think, Harrison and Tips will be giving us a short little fun show. I'll be helping to prep it, and so we'll have like some videos to share and also a big announcement to make. So you'll definitely want to mark your calendar and tune in for that.
That's great.
And then next month we're going to have basically like streaming every week. We have, I think, how many did we have the schedule for?
We had the schedule earlier. Yeah, it's like every weekend in June. It's going to be busy times. It's going to be very busy times, and I'm going to have to be traveling to Japan midway through that. So it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, there it is. This 5th and 6th, 14th, 15th, 19th, 20th. Also on the 12th and 13th, we will have the first Sankei Shimbun Cup stream. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 streams, 5 sessions that we'll be streaming, which means 10 days of streaming in June.
Oh my god,
that's
it's
insane.
going to be a lot of content. So much to watch.
Yeah, but we may have to add a couple of commentators in from the new World Reach professional program as
That's
well.
true. We'll have to get some help.
Yeah, everybody's going to be preparing for WRC, and we'll be. Man, I'm not going to sleep at all in June, am I?
June's going to be really exciting, and we'll have maybe some fresh faces, some fresh voices.
Yeah, and that would pretty much also wrap up all this tournament. We'll have one last session in August, and that will decide who advances to the finals, which will take place in November. So it's going to be a really long break between August and November. Of course, in the meantime, we'll have lots of Sankei Shimbun Cup coverage for you. So still lots of stuff to enjoy. And of course, in July, we'll have lots of videos and reports from the WRC as soon as we can get them edited and put up. So look forward to lots of stuff. But for now, keep the 22nd open, please.
Yes, will do.
All right. I think that will do it for us. Thank you, Dave, for coming and
problem.
commentating with me. I enjoyed it.
A pleasure
And
as
for-
always. Super fun.
For Tipzntrix and chiral, I'm Jen. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for joining us.